That brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Ye 16 months in F-Weddy wave.
Doom. Tradude.
Today happens to be a special day. This is our first time celebrating Penguin Awareness Day. We're a day late with it. I kind of forgot about it this weekend. I've been very busy lately, so we're covering it right now. We're going to be talking about, I was going to say everybody's favorite flightless birds, but they're not necessarily everybody's favorites, but they're probably in the top 10, or at least top 25 of most people's favorite flightless birds. Penguins have a really interesting fossil history, extraordinary biology, in their extant forms. We're going to be talking about that today. So if you love penguins, if you have even a passing interest in penguins, if you're at all curious about penguins, I think you'll enjoy today's stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Penguins are, of course, a kind of bird, which makes them a kind of dinosaur, so they're a perfect topic to talk about here on Paleontologizing. If you're here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Now, paleontologists are scientists who study fossils. It's not just dinosaurs. I know that I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers. But paleontology is the study of fossils in general. Dinosaurs are just one example of that. There are paleontologists who study fossil trees, or fossil bacteria, or fossil cats. Mini Pie here is very much not a fossil. She's much more active than that. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. But, yeah. Paleontology is not just dinosaurs, but dinosaurs are what I work on. And strictly speaking, penguins are dinosaurs, given that they are a kind of bird, and birds evolved from dinosaur ancestors, thus birds are dinosaurs. How many yeah. Anyway, on this channel we talk about dinosaurs, we talk about natural history in general, we talk about the fossil record, we talk about geology, we talk about how we're able to learn about the ancient past on our wonderful planet Earth, and why it's relevant to your everyday life. Today, though, we're talking about penguins primarily. We'll see where else we go with this. What other questions people have. It's going to be a fun stream. I don't quite know what's going to happen today. That's kind of exciting. So anyhow. But yeah. We talk about cats sometimes. It's true, Zote. It's true. Anywho, bunch of cool people in the chat. Let me just shout out some names real quick. I think I saw Matt M33 and Kodali and Sloppy Salamander first. There's Golganek there and Lenina. There's Neilf and TMK, Roy G Biv SF, Tadi Wadi and Zote, Dr. Irrefutable, and Mild Mo. Hello to you, Mild Mo. Flug. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Zim2687, welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't think I've seen that username before. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I hope you stick around. And Pure Lurking today, says Flug. Are you really? You just typed in the chat. That doesn't sound like Pure Lurking to me, Flug. That does not sound like Pure Lurking to me, but that's okay. I'm glad you chimed in to say hello. Eddie Scarin and Caravan. Arle, how are you doing, Dad? It's good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Jazzy Cat and Cyant Streams. Balint, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, Balint. I hope things are good with you. Digital Dak and I am Morvash. Suave Oreo. And Chaotic Time Traveler. Germs Germ and Quake Cat. Yukon's Bud. And Bush Doctor. DM Wing. And Anakin Gabriel. Miss Capri Kell, how are you doing? With the, are those the Linux penguin emotes? I don't know a lot about Linux, but I know their logo is a penguin, right? A seated penguin. Red Jasper, how are you doing? We cool here. I appreciate you saying so, Red Jasper. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Lukai says, whenever I visit a zoo, I have two fixed things to look at, penguins and otters. I can relate to that on some level, for sure. Otters are funny. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. When you go to the zoo and you see the otters, especially if it's like early in the morning, right after the zoo opens, sometimes the otters are like more interested to see you than you are to see them. They're like coming up to the glass, like, oh, who are you? What are you doing here? Wow, let's look at you. Wow. Wow, you're walking around on 2 legs. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's like, come on, I'm here to see you. What's with that? Anywho, yeah, I feel like penguins don't care quite as much, but they're still really fun to watch. And excited for some penguins. Hope your day's been going well. It has been.
Utah
Thanks,
raptor is the most dangerous dinosaur around.
Jody Fish, thank you for the 33 months. Appreciate that. I do. Thanks for keeping me here online for that long. Excellent. Anyway, I'm sorry I'm half an hour late today. This often happens on Tuesdays. I was at the University of California Museum of Paleontology earlier today. And here is some photographic proof right there. Yeah, there's the Wonkel Rex, Tyrannosaurus skeleton, a Pteranodon. This guy was talking on his phone there. He kind of is obscuring the Pteranodon's crest. So it's not as good a photo as it could have been, but, you know. Yeah, good stuff in Berkeley this morning. It's good to be back. Their weekly seminar series has started up again. And it's nice to be able to see some friends and colleagues and yeah. Anywho. And Red Jasper says, is it appropriate for me to ask here? I'm a anthropology graduate. Wondering if anybody knows channels like this dedicated to archaeology. There's Melissa in Denial, Red Jasper. She's an archaeologist and Egyptologist. Can we get a shout out for, thank you, Lenina. Yeah. But apart from that, I'm not really, I can't say I'm aware of anything anthropology or archaeology related. Anyway, go follow Melissa there, Red Jasper. And welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Caspian Black and Son of Austerlitz, Dr. Irrefutable, and Looneysaurus. Yeah. And dinosaurs are super cool, Red Jasper. They are indeed. Aren't they, Mini Pie? Even Mini Pie appreciates dinosaurs. Here, let me brush you a little bit before we get you some treats. Because... there we go. I don't think you've been brushed enough lately. Yeah. Ah. Alright. It's treat time, isn't it? Mini Pie's come to make her collections for the day, huh? One of my landlords here. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Treat time. Let's make it happen, Minnie. Oh. What's this?
70-million-year-old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved.
Oscar Juniors. Hey, be more careful than that. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oscar Juniors, thank you for the 20 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Mini Pie appreciates it, too. Oh, Minnie. Yeah. There we go. Look at all those. Wow. What a feast. And Golganek, thank you for those 100 bits. Getting the hype train kicked off here. I appreciate that, Golganek. Thank you. Yeah. Really appreciate it, Golganek. Charcone asks, is that a new desk? I've had this desk since I moved in here, so it's been just a little over a year at this point. Since December of 2023. And what is going on with our... turn that brightness up. It's like every time I restart the computer, it gets rid of my my camera settings. Anyway, look at you, Mini Pie. Clean Plate Club. Is that all the treats? You get all of them? Wow. Very thorough, Mini Pie. Proud of you. Yeah. What do you think? Good stuff? You licking those chops? Yeah. Ooh. What's going on? You looking around?
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Parkerzilla, thank you for those 10 months. I appreciate that very, very much, Parkerzilla. Thank you for keeping me here online the past 10 months. Thank you very much.
Tradoon.
Good stuff. I could not be here 4 days a week, streaming full-time, 20 hours every week, if it were not for all of these wonderful supporters like Parkerzilla, Oscar Juniors, and Jordy Fish, and Golkanek. Means a great deal to me. I do appreciate it too when people save their resubs for during a hype train.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Oh boy, that's a harrowing story, Ren the Only. But thank you for the 8 months of support. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Producing a fossil hard as rock.
Look at this.
The odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible to calculate. But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the
long shot.
Hello.
Nomad Soul, thank you for the 6 months and hello to you too. I appreciate that Prime there. Thank you for using it here. If anybody happens to have a Prime sub lying around, using it on this channel will get you an ad-free viewing experience.
Hold a special magnetism for children.
Thank you, Michael F., for those 18 months of support. Thank you. Good stuff, Michael. Good stuff. Yeah. If anyone happens to have a Prime sub lying around, you know, if you want to use that to help support science outreach here on Twitch, consider spending it here. Victorious, 5 gift subs. Thank you for that, Victorious. Thank you.
Victorious really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
I appreciate that, Victorious. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff. There's 5 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads whatsoever until a month from now. That's 30 days of uninterrupted paleontologizing viewing. Thank you for that gift, Victorious. 30 times 5. So, 150 days of ad-free viewing. That's a lot of days, Victorious, and I appreciate your generosity. For science, thank you, Nometsu. Yeah. Oh, and Balint. See, that's where you're mistaken. Best psychomer on the internet. You and Lita, I think. You might hold that title. Just saying. I appreciate you, Balint. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah. And Emily says, hope everyone is staying warm. Thanks. I was actually pretty warm today. I did get up.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
It's true, Miss Capri Cal. Thank you for those 500 bits. Thank you kindly. Appreciate the support. Yeah. I did get up pretty early this morning to go to the gym, and it was very cold. It was like, I don't know, it was like 39 degrees Fahrenheit, which is cold for here in the San Francisco Bay Area. But yeah, here's a live view of San Francisco Bay. I was just down here earlier. Again, that's why I'm late to today's stream, is I was attending the seminar talk series on the University of California, Berkeley campus. But yeah, Yeah, it's pretty warm right now. There's the Golden Gate Bridge. It's fairly clear, too. It's Golden Gate, the Bay Bridge, San Francisco off in the distance here, and Berkeley and Emeryville down below. This is where I live. This is my home. In the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. If you are someplace very cold right now, I hope you're staying warm. I hope you've got layers on. I hope you've got access to a warm drink or something. Yeah. I'm gonna be going to a very cold place at the beginning of February, North Dakota. Yeah, you know, honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to it. It's, yeah. It's been a number of years since I've seen snow. I much prefer a Mediterranean climate, so I'm very lucky to live here. Yeah. Managed to get some snow in Florida. Holy cow, Emily. Holy moly. And Lukai, 0 degrees Celsius today. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nice hot spot. Good to hear it, Lukai. Good to hear. But yeah, anyway. And Red Jasper, stick around for a little bit. If we get a raid, then I'll play a welcome video for everybody that kind of explains what my background is, what sort of work I've done in the past, how a paleontologist ended up here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So, stick around. And where are the prehistoric penguins, says Marika. We've got one of them right here. This is Waimanu. This is maybe the largest penguin yet discovered. This sucker's like 6 feet tall, like approaching 2 meters. We'll be talking about that in a little bit, but first, let's talk about National Penguin Awareness Day. Here's a video from the Cincinnati Zoo, and
We really do, Catherine. Well, today, as you can probably guess, it is National Penguin Awareness Day, and the Cincinnati Zoo is doing their part to celebrate.
This is from last year.
First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
And talk to me about your guest that's here with us today.
Yeah, this is Mira. Mira is one of our African penguins from our African Penguin exhibit. Since it's Penguin Days and Penguin Awareness Day, we thought we'd come by and kind of hang out and talk about all good things penguins. She is, again, an African penguin, which is an endangered species. And we do a lot of work with African penguins in their natural habitat. So it's a great species to kind of highlight today.
And you said...
So if you end up going to a zoo or maybe like a large aquarium and you see penguins on exhibit there, chances are they are African penguins, like this critter here. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life. And we'll see how many living species of penguin we have, too. Here we go. There's our African penguin, and yes, they are indeed endangered. Spheniscus demersus. Their closest relative is the Magellanic penguin. They only split less than 2 million years ago. The Humboldt penguins and Galapagos penguins, little penguins, and penguins. We've got currently 18 living species of penguin. There's a bunch of extinct ones, too. Some of them known from fossils. We'll be talking about some of those today, also. Yeah. Good day to you, too, Gamer Tragic. Henny HY, Caravan, yeah. And Science Stream says, at the Cincy Zoo, they have little blue penguins. Wow. They tagged them to see if they spend more time in the water or land in their enclosure. Data showed more time in water, so their habitat was updated to reflect this. Very cool. Using science to make penguins more comfortable. I love it. That's good stuff. Excellent.
That I could pet her back, right?
Absolutely,
Oh my gosh. Well, let me just tell you guys, she has been very popular with all of our producers in here, just taking in the station. But like you said, she is an endangered...
I love that. Imagine going to work and they're like, oh yeah, do you see the penguin? You go, what? Yeah, there's a penguin here today. Imagine how excited everybody at that workplace must have been to have a penguin there. You know, how cool is that? I'm just a little bit jealous, you know?
Like you said, she is an endangered species. Talk to me about why there needs to be more awareness on this.
Yeah, so penguins, they have a pretty rough life in their natural habitat. There's a lot of things that we humans do that kind of impact their day-to-day lives. Unfortunately for African penguins, one of their preferred habitats is my preferred habitat. It's a flat sandy beach. So especially today when it's so chilly out, you kind of want to be on a beach, like usually like days like today. But with Mira, she definitely, as an African penguin, they deal with oil spills, they deal with overfishing, they deal with competition for nest sites and things like that. So a lot of issues that they have in their natural habitat.
So it really just puts that into perspective for you. This is the other end of those.
Absolutely.
And you know, speaking of penguins, I know something that I've been really excited to take my goddaughter to is actually the March of the Penguins that you guys have. Talk to me about that and why this year is really a big highlight.
This is, so it is Penguin Days at the zoo, and so that is a very deeply discounted admission through March 8th. And what we do every Saturday and Sunday at 11 o'clock is we do our penguin walk, our penguin parade, and this is the last year for
any native Ohioans in the chat here?
Penguins are getting a little advanced in age.
Have you seen the penguins in Cincinnati, like Belintas, apparently?
Nice little send-off.
Nice.
It is, and you know, I've seen some videos of it. I'm so excited. For people who haven't seen it before, talk to me about what it is.
Yeah, so every Saturday and Sunday at 11, we walk from the birdhouse to roughly right in front of our restaurant, and we kind of hang out there for a little bit, and then we walk back. So you have this nice parade route full of people, and the kings actually just walk across the entire route. It's really, really great. It's
so
awesome
cool.
to see. You're like standing right beside king penguins as they're walking by you.
King penguins are impressive to look at, too. They're, I think, the second largest living penguin. Yeah, they're decent sized. They are not a small critter. Yeah, so emperor penguin. Oh, that's not it here. Where's a king penguin? Know your penguins. How big are penguins? That 6-foot mega penguin there was going to be one of our extinct penguins that we're going to be talking about. But maybe we'll even click on that.
It's fantastic.
I love it so much. Well, you guys can find out more about this, especially how to get tickets so you can see the March of those Penguins on our website. We're going to have more for you right after this.
Very cool stuff. Here. You know, let's take this bait. Let's see what this is about.
Can penguins really be taller than most adults? Hi, I'm Nate from PolarGuidebook.com, and in this video, we'll compare the size and weight of each type of penguin and find out about a whopping 6'6" record-breaking penguin.
So that's going to be one of our fossil critters again.
Let's get started.
It's gaslighting us as science fans. Oh boy.
Penguins are some of the most adorable creatures in the animal kingdom. But with 18 different species, their physical characteristics can vary a lot.
And that's interesting that here they're saying 18 species. Our one zoom tree, our tree of life, also says 18 species. I wonder if that's pretty well the consensus. With a lot of different animal groups, you might see different numbers of species based on what source you're looking at. Because living things are complicated. And like, different scientists might have different views on which ones are actually different species. Or maybe they're just different subspecies, or you know, that kind of thing. It can be a little bit loosey-goosey, actually trying to count the number of species, because drawing the line between species can be tricky, you know? Especially now that, you know, in the 21st century, now that we understand evolution, we understand that species split. And so sometimes it's kind of a spectrum, like, it's really difficult. It's very subjective to say when exactly two populations have become different enough that you can call them different species after they split from their parent stock. So interesting that they're saying 18 species here, and he said 18 species there too, you know? Yeah. And we've got some, oh man, we've got some good ones. Humboldt penguins, macaroni penguins, chinstrap penguins, Gentoo penguins, yellow-eyed penguins. There's something about penguins. They're just very charismatic animals, you know?
To start off, let's take a look at their height. For comparison,
There might be some disagreement
we'll
about the
take an average
Fjordland
male
penguin.
adult from the
Interesting
United
terms.
States
Okay.
at 175 centimeters or 5 foot 9 inches and place him here. Starting with the smallest species, we have the little penguin, which is endemic to Australia
Aptly
and
named.
New Zealand.
Okay.
As its name suggests, the little penguin is very small, at just 40 centimeters tall.
So we've got our smallest penguin here. As we continue to watch this, take stock of all these penguins. See if there's any of them that you're particularly curious about, and maybe we'll explore them later on in the stream. But let me know which ones you find most interesting as they go through this roster.
Next, we have the Galapagos penguin, which lives near the equator, followed by the 2 types of rockhopper penguin. Then there's a slight jump in height up to the chinstrap penguin, which is our first Antarctic penguin on the list, and the Humboldt penguin, which is found in South America. These are closely followed by African, Macaroni, Magellanic, Fiordland, and Adelie penguins, which are all around 70 to 71 centimeters tall on average. This is about the average height for a penguin. On to the top 5 tallest penguins, we have the yellow-eyed and royal penguins at 76 cm tall, the Gentoo penguin at 81 centimeters, and the king penguin at 95 centimeters.
And there we go, a complete roster of penguins, right? Now we've got one that's even bigger than this, an extant one that's even bigger than this.
And finally, we have the largest penguin species currently in existence, the emperor penguin, which stands at 115 centimeters tall, or around 2/3 of the height of an adult male human.
Very cool.
So, what about that 6'6" penguin you were promised in the introduction?
Mega penguin. It's a fossil taxon. The silhouette isn't quite like this. It looks like they just kind of took an African penguin or a Gentoo penguin or something, used its silhouette. That critter, it's probably going to be Waimanu from New Zealand, right? From the Paleocene of New Zealand. About 60 million years old. And its silhouette would look something more like this. That's why I've got that in the background today.
Well, unfortunately, this giant penguin has now been extinct for around 37 to 40 million years.
This might be a different one.
But based on the fossils discovered by scientists, we know that it was 2 meters
Antarctica.
long, or 6'6" inches tall, making it the largest ever penguin. Imagine that. Now let's look at how much penguins weigh.
Yeah, let's catch up to chat. Yellow-eyed penguin. Yeah, they're very cool, in case you know it. They're very, very cool. And there's eastern and western rockhoppers. Interesting, my airspace. So I guess there is some dispute over the number of species. We'll see if we see discrepancies there. Yeah. And there you go, Luca. Yeah, the only penguin species living in the northern hemisphere since the extinction of the great auk. But that's an interesting story. It's not a penguin as we understand it, but that's where the name penguin comes from. Anyhow. Yeah.
Again,
I guess it wasn't so great on Flint. It's such a sad story, the extinction of the great auk. People just killed them all and took all of their eggs. It's really yeah, I'm so sorry. It's okay. It's all right. We have fun here, you know?
The little penguin is at the bottom of our scale as the lightest penguin, weighing just 1 kilogram when fully grown, or as much as a bag of flour. And there's no surprises when it comes to the largest penguin species.
So the thing is, penguins are proportionally really heavy. You know, like they're I think the densest birds that we have. They actually have to be really, really heavy. There's like special evolutionary adaptations that they have, like super thick, heavy bones. They have a condition that we call pachystosis, where unlike the beautiful, elegant kind of hollow bones of most volant birds, flighted birds, birds that can fly, penguins evolved in the opposite direction. They're like, hey, we need to be heavy enough to be neutrally buoyant in water, so we're going to make our bodies as dense as possible. It's cool stuff. We'll be talking about that too.
It is, of course, the emperor penguin again, weighing up to 37 kilograms when fully grown.
Wow.
This is about the same weight as an 11-year-old boy in the United States. Penguins are heavy for their size compared to other birds. This is because they have bones that are solid all the way through, unlike the lightweight bones of most flying birds.
What'd I tell you?
This allows them to swim better, especially when diving, because the extra weight and the streamlined shape help propel them through the water. But they aren't always this size. When they're first born, a little penguin weighs just 35 grams, or 1 ounce, and an emperor penguin weighs about 400 grams, or 14 ounces.
Wow.
After hatching, an emperor penguin chick will almost double in size every 2 weeks, so long as the mother provides an adequate food supply.
Parker Zillis is interesting because I thought they would have had a lot of fat for heat insulation. They do. They've got like a layer of, you could almost call it blubber. I don't know if it's developmentally the same thing as mammal blubber, but it is subcutaneous fat in order to stay warm. But that makes them more buoyant. So they had to evolve other ways of becoming heavier, denser. And so that pachystosis, those solid bones, help with that.
Why are emperor penguins so much bigger and heavier than most other species? Well, this is an adaptation to the cold climate in which they live. Although 5 species of penguins inhabit Antarctica, only the emperor penguin breeds there during the extreme winter.
Yes, and as any physicists in the chat could tell you, anybody familiar with thermodynamics, the larger an object is, the more it can retain heat. Because, is it the square cube law, or it's the relationship between volume and surface area? Something that's larger has got lower surface area compared to its volume. So the bigger you are, the easier it is for you to retain heat, especially in a really cold environment. Does that make sense? There are probably other adaptations, I would guess, that penguins have too for reducing the amount of surface area that they have. It might be things like having a shorter beak, having a shorter neck, all of these things. They end up being really important for helping them retain heat down in that southernmost continent, Antarctica, where it gets pretty darn cold. Now guess which bear is the largest, says Lukai. The largest bear would be, I think, Arctodus. I forget the species name, but the short-faced bear, they got even larger than today's polar bears. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Rid says, hence polar bears and Siberian tigers, I guess. Yes. Oh, that's what you were getting at, Lukai. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Excellent. Here, hang on just a sec. Maybe I should... No, that's okay. I can call back later. Might be an important call. But yeah, high latitude gigantism is an idea. We can go over that a little bit, but critters that live at higher latitudes, near the north or south poles of the Earth, in some cases, they tend to be a little bit larger than their counterparts that live closer to the equator. I don't think it's a universal rule, but it is true in a lot of cases. So yeah.
This is why they have plenty of fat to keep them warm. Larger animals also benefit from a lower surface area to weight ratio.
High attitude.
Which means they lose less heat to their surroundings proportionally compared to smaller animals.
I promise I didn't watch this video in advance, but this is exactly what I was explaining to you right there. Oh boy.
However, the weight of an emperor penguin will vary throughout its breeding cycle.
Yep.
In the period between finding a mate and the hatching of the egg, the male emperor penguin will undergo a 110-day fast while they incubate the eggs.
That's a very slow fast, 110 days.
During this period, they can lose up to 45% of their body weight.
Wow.
Now that we've looked at the size of adult penguins and their chicks, let's look at their eggs too. Again, these will vary by species, and there's no prize for guessing which ones sit at the top and the bottom of the scale.
Yeah, the little penguin and the emperor penguin.
You guessed it, the little penguin has the smallest egg, at around 5.5 centimeters long, whereas the emperor penguin has the largest egg,
It's a decent
which
size
can be
egg.
up to 12 centimeters long.
Holy moly.
Unlike most other species, emperor penguins only lay one egg at a time. However, they make up for this with the weight, which is around 460 grams.
Holy
By
cow.
comparison, a typical large chicken egg in the United States is around 57 grams. So a penguin...
So it's 8 times bigger. So 16 ounces, this is bigger than a soda can, you know? So that's as large as one of these Monsters energy drinks cans. Imagine squeezing that out through your cloaca. Oh boy. Maybe don't imagine that, actually.
Penguin egg is roughly
Ugh.
8 times as heavy. If you enjoyed learning about these cute creatures...
Yeah, here, I'll give you a link to this video. Thanks, Danny. Sorry, bullets. They're laying pints. I know, right, Jody Bitch? Holy moly. Yeah. Oh, boy. Here, just to kind of continue on our theme here. Let's take a look at this from the Sternberg Museum of Natural History. This is a museum that I might be working with this summer, potentially. They've got, from 7 years ago, a Penguin Awareness Day video. Fun facts about penguins. Let's see if this is any good. And let's check it for DMCA-able music. No, I think we're good. Is this just a slideshow? Alright, so there's your penguins there. Here's kind of super deformed chibi representation. Those look like African penguins there. Well, good stuff. Here, I'll give you a link. We'll find a different video. There's going to be no shortage of videos about penguins because they are very charismatic animals. Didn't realize how many different types there were. Yeah, Nana, there's... By the way, great to see you, Nana. I hope you're doing well. I was going to give you a call later. Everybody, I went up to see Nana Tyrannus, my grandmother, over the weekend. And it was really nice to be able to catch up with her for a little while. Let me look at my orders here. Yeah. So we've got, yeah, arriving January 24th to January 27th. And I ordered you a new case for your tablet. So it should be arriving between the 24th and the 27th. When I get an actual delivery date, I'll give you a call and I'll let you know so you can keep an eye out for it. Yeah. Anyway, can we get some paleo salutes in the chat for Nana Tyrannus there? My grandmother, I would not be here on Twitch. I would not be in existence on planet Earth were it not for my grandmother. So Nana, thank you for... Thanks for being my grandmother. Love you, Nana. I hope you're having a good day. Good to see ya. Yeah. DM Wing says, I wish my grandma was a theropod. You know what? She's better than that. I know that's blasphemy. Everybody loves theropods, but Nana Tyrannus, she's pretty special. Love you, Nana. It's good to see you. Take a look at this video from the Cheyenne Mountain Zoo about Penguin Awareness Day.
Hi guys, my name is Grace and I'm one of the keepers here at Water's Edge, Africa, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our penguin flock today. So we have a flock of 16 African penguins, or sometimes they're called African black-footed penguins because of the black coloration that they have on their feet. These guys are a
self-explanatory. So as I was saying, if you go out and see penguins in a zoo, chances are they are African penguins. I think they tend to do pretty well in captivity. And I think they breed readily in captivity too. And so even though they're endangered in the wild, they're not rare in zoos, which is kind of encouraging in a sense, you know?
Super cool warm weather penguin that's typically found
in
along
Colorado.
the
Very
coast
cool.
of South Africa, and maybe even make it all the way out to some of the surrounding islands around there. These guys are super unique because not only are they equipped for warm weather, they're equipped for hanging out on these super hot beaches. If you guys look closely at our African penguin flock, you'll notice that they've got these pink eyebrows right above their eyes. Those are super cool on warm weather penguins and warm weather birds. It's actually a salt gland that helps them thermoregulate. So you can always tell if our penguins are feeling a little warm. If it's bright red, you know that they're trying to cool off a little bit. When it's sort of light pink, you know that they're pretty comfortable and they're staying cool here on the beach.
That's really interesting. Do we have any chatters that do the same thing? Do your eyebrows turn bright red when it's hot outside? It's a neat adaptation. That's very cool.
So one of the other cool things about these penguins, and you can always tell that you're looking at a warm weather penguin if you can see their feet. We always joke around that our penguins are warm weather penguins and they're wearing penguin shorts. So unlike cold weather penguins who use that layer of fat and feathers to keep their feet warm and even to insulate their legs, our warm weather penguins will actually leave their feet exposed. They don't have that layer of fat and feathers, and that's another way that they can stay cool on the beaches of South Africa.
So penguins wearing shorts, again. I find these penguins very relatable. You know, because in my natural habitat, the San Francisco Bay Area, it only very rarely gets cold enough to wear long pants, at least for me. My body tends to run pretty hot. I dissipate a lot of heat through my legs. Yeah, if I'm going to walk any distance at all, I need to be wearing shorts, generally. So, yeah. Interesting.
Now, even though the beaches of South Africa are super warm, the waters can even be close to the 50 degrees or 40 degrees. Those waters can get pretty cold during the colder seasons. So those feathers are super important to help them stay warm while they're swimming. They have an oil gland just like ducks do at the base of their tail. They'll touch their beak to that oil gland and then they'll preen their feathers with a layer of oil, and it almost makes a dry suit so that penguins stay nice and warm when they're swimming. They prevent that cold water from actually even touching their skin. Our penguin flock is super charismatic, and we have so many personalities here in our flock, and we're really happy to know that our penguin personalities have drawn in our guests and our members, and that you guys love them just as much as we do, because it's all of that caring that's going to help raise awareness about the things that actually impact African penguins in the wild. So on October 8th, we're going to be celebrating International African Penguin Awareness Day right here in Water's Edge, right here in the Penguin exhibit, and we are so excited for you guys to be a part of that celebration. On this day, we're going to...
So today is National Penguin Awareness Day. That might only be here in the States, and that's applies to all species of penguin, but African penguins who are endangered apparently have their own day in early October.
I have all kinds of activities to tell you guys about the things that are impacting penguins in the wild and how we can help here at Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, as well as what we can do with our partner Sand Cobb. On this day, we're going to have a couple different activities. When you guys come into the exhibit, you'll actually be able to get a wristband that matches the color of one of our penguin bands in the flock. You guys can test your research skills and test your wildlife biologist skills by trying to track down this penguin in the exhibit just like our penguin researchers from Sandcob would be doing in the wild.
Oh, that's cool.
These researchers will be tracking down penguins on the beaches and using their spot.
Oh, did you see that nictitating membrane go across the eyeball right there? Look at that. Look, you'll see whoosh, whoosh. There's a nictitating membrane. That horizontal eyelid. There you go, right there. Yeah, very, very cool. This is something that many, many different critters have. We, as primates, don't have them anymore. But, in fact, a lot of mammals don't really have them anymore. But birds, crocodiles, various species of lizard, I think, they've all got that nictitating membrane. Super neat. A cheat code for staring contest. There you go, Nazoon, yeah. Yeah.
Their spot patterns to identify individuals. You guys can test your research skills by seeing if you can draw your penguin on one of our penguin coloring sheets. Also, we're gonna have a rubber ducky race through our penguin exhibit, and at that time we'll talk to you guys a little bit about just how far and how fast African penguins can swim to catch their fish in the wild.
Very cool stuff. Here, I'll give you a link to this video. It's neat that because they can tolerate warmer weather and tolerate the presence of people, they don't get too stressed out around people, African penguins can be these wonderful ambassadors to the general public, you know? They're, yeah, they've got what it takes to teach the general public, I guess, which is pretty neat. Now, let's pivot a little bit to fossil penguins. Where did these critters come from? We're lucky in that we do have a lot of fossils of penguins. Unlike a lot of other bird species who have hollow bones, the bones of penguins are more readily fossilized. They're more durable, they're more solid. Literally, they are more solid. They're less hollow. And that might be one of the reasons why the fossil record for penguins is better than it is for a lot of other bird groups. Here's a video from 7 years ago from CBS Texas, real short, about the discovery of a giant fossil penguin. This might be kind of funny. Let's take a look.
A major discovery in New Zealand, fossils revealing a giant penguin that lived 80 million years ago was the size of a grown man.
80 million years ago? That doesn't sound right. That would put it during the Cretaceous period. I don't think penguins show up until the Cenozoic.
When the creature was standing about 5'3", but in the water he grew to about 5'10" long. We are told his size matched that of Sidney Crosby, captain of the Pittsburgh Penguins hockey team. And why they went directly to that reference with Sidney, I'm not 100% sure, but that's what they gave us.
Don't mess with...
Because he's a penguin. What do you mean? What? They were able to find a member of that hockey team who's 5'9", and they're like, yeah, yeah.
Pittsburgh Penguins hockey team. Of Sidney Crosby, captain of the Pittsburgh Penguins hockey team. And why they went directly to that reference with Sidney, I'm not 100% sure, but that's what they gave us.
Don't mess with prehistoric penguins, apparently.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Yeah. True. And hello to you, Reelerolo. Hello. Yeah. And I thought Waimanu was like 60 million. Yeah, Germstrom, yeah. So, I'm not sure what they're talking about there. 80 million years ago seems far too early in time. So I think that's a goof. I think that's a mistake there. They pooched that one. Here. Evolution of penguins. The basal penguins lived around the time of the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, so about 66 million years ago, in the general area of southern New Zealand and Beardland, Antarctica, excuse me. Due to plate tectonics, these areas were at that time less than 930 miles apart, 1,500 kilometers. The most recent common ancestor of penguins and Procellariformes, that is albatrosses and their relatives, things like petrels, I think, can be roughly dated to the Campanian-Maastrichtian boundary around 70 to 68 million years ago. Okay. So if we look at our tree of life, we'll see that reflected there too, I betcha. So, zoom into our penguins here. Here we go. So, penguins. Sphenisciformes is the name of that group right there. And there we go. So about 63.2 million years ago, according to this tree, they might be using a slightly less up-to-date reference for this, maybe? A molecular phylogeny? You can look at the DNA of, in this case, penguins, and things like albatrosses, shearwaters, and petrels. And you can actually, if you code their genomes, you can look at the number of differences that they have there, and you can try and calculate when those two groups diverged. Because the genetic codes for penguins and for these other seabirds here, they're going to have a lot of similarities because they came from a common ancestor. They both split from that common ancestor, and so their DNA is going to be very, very similar, except for a few key differences. So you can create a molecular clock like that. You can try and estimate when it was that these two groups diverged. Yeah. So anyway, very cool that this Procellariformes, just read right here, things like albatrosses, petrels, these are the closest living relatives of the penguins. It's pretty neat. And then after that, you get to these other clades here too. Things like ibises and pelicans and frigate birds and egrets. Herons. But they're more distantly related than the shearwaters, petrels, and albatrosses are. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. And Rushwing says, wait, so we've got the birds who fly almost all the time and birds who don't at all right near each other? Yeah, that's the thing, is that penguins, who are flightless, they don't fly at all, unless you count underwater flight. Which, for the sake of this argument, we won't. They are the sister group to, like, albatrosses and these other guys. Albatrosses are incredible because some of them can stay airborne for days or weeks at a time. It's pretty incredible. So they are very, very, very far from being flightless. Here, take a look at this.
A male northern royal albatross has not set foot on solid ground for more than a year.
Jeez. There you go, my airspace. I agree.
Now, he's coming home. Taiaroa Head, a rocky, windswept headland in the chilly depths of New Zealand's South Island. With a wingspan stretching more than
Princess
10
Kibby,
feet,
how you doing? Hello,
he's
hello.
one of the largest birds on Earth. His rigid wings are built to soar vast distances on the powerful air currents that wrap around Antarctica.
Pretty cool. Here, I'll be right back.
Not for landing on a precarious headland in high winds. uses his large webbed feet as air brakes and his tail as a rudder. After 13 months and around 120,000 miles, finally, he's home. He was born here, and Taiaroa Head is probably the only ground he'll ever touch in his lifespan of more than 45 years. It's not only his homeland that he's loyal to. He's waiting here for his mate. He hasn't seen her in more than a year. Only death or failure to raise offspring will break the couple apart. The albatross's return signals the onset of breeding season. All around him is the clamor of established couples, reaffirming their bonds. And young albatross in their first breeding year, competing for partners. They groom to form bonds. Big clapping is also a favored courtship ritual. Choosing a life partner is a serious business, and tempers can run high. For the lone male, all he can do is wait and hope that his partner will reappear from the perilous Southern Ocean. Finally, the male hears a familiar call.
What's wild to me is that these birds can recognize one another. I mean, I guess if you're an albatross and you live among other albatross like that, it's easy to tell individuals apart. You know, they might have difficulty telling us human beings apart. And the way that we can recognize faces and voices and everything, they can do that too, which is really cool to think about.
Partner has returned. They breed only once every 2 years. So it's been more than a year since they've seen each other.
Oh, wow. My husband
this is a mature couple
Yeah.
with many breeding seasons behind them. They don't spend too much time on courtship rituals. And soon, they get down to business.
All right, fade out. So here's a link to that video there from Smithsonian Channel. Good stuff. The shrieking call and reestablishing relationship makes me think, why did you take the pins out? There you go, confused echidna. Yeah. And Princess Kimmy says, really good, thank you. I've been telling my daughter's school all about you. And Astro, also our local library, they had a reading challenge over the summer, and she read over 80 books about dinosaurs. 80 books! Holy cow. That is impressive. Your daughter is quite the reader. I can relate. Yeah, I'm quite the reader myself. Always have been. Reading like that it sets you up for success in life. Particularly reading about dinosaurs, actually. There's research about this. Find a video on this, maybe? Huh.
kids who are obsessed with dinosaurs have higher intelligence.
This is AI-generated garbage. The information is sound, though.
Researchers don't know what sparks them. Most parents can't pinpoint the moment or event that kicked off their kids' interest, but almost a third of all children have one at some point, typically between the ages of 2 and 6, though for some, the interest lasts further into childhood.
Yeah, let me find you. Oh, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing, sweetie? Hello, hello. You up from your nap now? You've been sleeping on the job, Sweetie Pie. Normally here right at the beginning of the stream. Here. The brain benefits of your child's dinosaur obsession. I'll share this link with you. Princess Kimmy, there you go. There we are. Yeah. Scientists call it sessions like Aaron's. Aaron's a kid who really likes dinosaurs, an intense interest. Researchers don't know exactly what sparks them. Majority of parents can't pinpoint the moment or even event that kicked off their kids' interest, but almost a third of all children have one at some point, typically between the ages of 2 and 6. And while studies have shown that most common intense interest is vehicles, planes, trains, and cars, the next most popular by a wide margin is dinosaurs. It's not generation specific either. A 2008 study found that sustained intense interest, particularly in conceptual domains like dinosaurs, can help children develop increased knowledge and persistence, better attention span, and deeper information processing skills. In short, they make better learners and smarter kids. There's decades of research to back that up. 3 separate studies have found that older children with intense interest tend to be above average intelligence. A dino obsession, then, can be a kid's way of taking in a new subject in a way that feels familiar to them, through the business of having fun. Asking questions, finding answers, and gaining expertise, and the learning process in general, Chen says. Exploring a topic and mastering it is beneficial, because that's how we form careers as adults. A kid's primary occupation is play, so they're going about their job of playing through the lens of this thing that they're interested in learning about. So yeah, really interesting stuff. Again, here is that link. There is some research that I would like to do this year about this. I'd like to team up with some people who are kind of slightly more on the humanities side of the sciences. But yeah, I don't know. I think dinosaurs in particular can really help kids with development in the sense that, you know, while having intense interests in fictional stuff, be it television shows or Pokemon or whatever, while that can be engaging and interesting, and it can even get kids to read and everything, having an interest in something that's real, like dinosaurs, I think offers something potentially even more beneficial. Particularly because I think on some level kids realize that thing that they're really interested in, if it's dinosaurs, is something that has a real air of legitimacy. They know that there are professional paleontologists who study these things. An interest in dinosaurs will get kids interested in geology, in the scientific method, in phylogeny, biology. All of these things are kind of inherent to the field of fossil science. If you're learning about dinosaurs, you're learning about all of these other topics. You're kind of becoming a well-rounded person. You're learning about different scientific fields. You're learning about the histories of the discovery of different dinosaurs. You're learning about how the world works. And there's something else, too. I think for a precocious child who's really interested in a scientific subject like dinosaurs, there's a real sense of agency and power in learning about something that the adults in your life, all the grown-ups that you know, they don't know about this, but you do. It's a really powerful feeling as a child, you know? It can help a lot with confidence, with self-assurance, with your own sense of self as a person. It's cool what that can do, you know? Thank you, Jaded Fairy, for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Sorry the alert didn't fire. I appreciate you, Jaded Fairy. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 13 weeks. It's a long time. But yeah. And Kimmy said she wants to be a doctor when she grows up. Very cool. So I explained to her that Danny is kind of a dino doctor. That's that's really cool. That's really cool, Princess Kimmy. I try to really encourage her interests. I'm in the UK, so she's in bed when Danny is live, but I'll show your VODs to her a lot. Very cool, Princess Kimmy. You're lucky that in the UK, you've got a lot of museums where you can go see dinosaurs and other fossils, depending on the part of the UK that you're in. London, of course, has got the NHM. There's a wonderful museum in Oxford. There's phenomenal fossils to go see down in Lyme Regis and Dorset. Manchester has a lovely museum. There's museums all over the place. So, yeah, you're lucky there. Sweetie Pie, you really want some treats, huh? Is that what you want? Yeah? Here. Whoop. That wasn't supposed to happen. Jumped right out of the... Oh, another plant came on. That's the issue. Let's get this plant back on. Live broadcast, everybody. There we go. Sorry about that, Sweetie Pie. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah, you want some treats? Is that what you want? Yeah. Oh, just face squishes. You love that too, huh? Yeah. All right. Enough nonsense. Time for treats. Oh, this bag is like almost empty. Put some of these in there. Make sure that the ratio of dental treats to non-dental treats is high. All right. What do you think, Sweet Pie? Oh, does it smell good? Yeah. Look at all those. Wow. What bounty. Good stuff. Our coastline is the Deep History Coast. Last time they found a second woolly mammoth skull at Rendell. Oh, very cool, Princess Kimmy. Very cool. A lot of belemnite and fossilized bone. Oh, that's awesome. Don't know what the bone is. Keep meaning to take it somewhere to get it looked at. If it's from the same horizons as belemnites, chances are it's from the Mesozoic. It's probably some kind of marine reptile. If it's bone, it could very well be from a plesiosaur or an ichthyosaur. I think you've got a lot of Middle Jurassic age stuff, like they've got down in Dorset, along the Jurassic coast. So, yeah, could very well be a plesiosaur or an ichthyosaur. That's exciting. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie. All those good treats. My goodness. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They're going fossil hunting along the deep history coastline. That's super cool, Princess Kimmy. That's super, super cool. Again, good on you for encouraging a person's interest in science. We need more people like you, Princess Kimmy, so thank you. Big paleo salute to you. Very cool. Very cool. I'm in the east. Oh, okay, yeah. So kind of near, like, I don't know, Dover is to the east, right? Is that along the English Channel? I can't think of any dinosaur fossils from there, but there is Pleistocene stuff. You get, like, mammoths, maybe mastodons, stuff like that. Norfolk. Oh, yeah, shoot, where you've got mammoths there in Norfolk, for sure. Yeah, very cool. A while ago, I did an interview on GB News, of all places. I was interviewed along with a professor from Norfolk. Media spots, here we go. There we are.
Cage, who, Yeah, I think... David Waterhouse is the Senior Curator of Natural History and Geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah, nice to see you, Michael.
And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch.
Where?
David, first of all, why does it matter that there's an illegal trade? In what way are they diverted from scientists, and why does that matter?
Anyway, here is a link if you'd like to watch that. Anyway, cool stuff. Card cap and working. Very cool, Princess Kimmy. Very, very cool. Neat stuff. Miss Art Rules, rather, has got a live penguin cam for us. Getting back to Penguin Day. Oh, yeah. Where's the penguins? I don't see them. Let's try... Monterey Bay Aquarium live cams. Penguin cam. Yeah. There we go. There's our penguins at the Monterey Bay Aquarium in Monterey, California, one of my favorite places in the entire world. And again, what species are those, chat? What species are those? Bonus points if you can give me genus and species names.
Tradoon.
Not Tradoon. Pablo is on Twitch. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to see you. They are, yes indeed, African penguins, or sometimes called black-footed penguins. Rid 13, yes indeed. The black and white one, says Princess Kimmy. I mean, describing most penguins. But yeah, very cool stuff. The Monterey Bay Aquarium is, again, one of my favorite places on planet Earth. Yeah. Take a look at a video from, oh.
Really close up. Hi. Hello.
Yeah, this is one of the world's greatest aquaria.
I had the opportunity to visit the Monterey Bay Aquarium while they were closed to the public, not only did I get to walk around and roam the halls, but a penguin did too, and her name is Ray, and she showed me around.
Huh. Ray the penguin often takes morning strolls around the aquarium. Oh. The business goose, says Rinsadega. Oh boy.
Nice. Good job. You're so good. She says, oh hello.
Oh, hello. Hi.
And Pablo on Twitch says, I'm a 5-hour drive from there. Worth the weekend trip, do you think? 1,000,000% yes. The Monterey Bay Aquarium has got something for everybody. It's an incredible place. I'm in the museum business. That might seem a little bit different from Aquaria, but holy cow, there's so much that I've been able to learn from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. It is one of the coolest places you can go to. Not only are all of the exhibits absolutely incredible, world class, but something funny is... Risa Degu, thank you for the 29 months. Look at that ontogeny there. 29 months of ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
Yeah.
Trapped and can't get out of the stream.
Risa Degu, stick around a little bit. It only gets worse if you struggle. I appreciate your ongoing support, Risa Degu. 29 months is a long time. Yeah. The Monterey Bay Aquarium, to get back to our thought here. Not only is it incredible to visit, like, as a visitor, but also when you go and you talk to the staff members and the volunteers, everyone is so happy to be there. It's incredible. Like, it's a very, very well-run organization in the sense that everybody who's there wants to be there. They are happy to come to work. They are happy to talk to you. They're happy to contribute. It's... as a museum person, when I'm there, I ask people, like, hey, what's the secret here? Why is everybody so happy to be here? What are they doing right to make this such an incredible institution, you know? It's really something. It's really something. Yeah. There.
The Monterey Bay Aquarium celebrating its 37th birthday today. It's become an institution on the peninsula and in the realm of conservation, a must-stop for tourists and locals. Let's take a look back at where it began and what's next for the aquarium.
Gliding
There's their
into
sea otters.
its 37th birthday, the Monterey Bay Aquarium welcoming another year of educating, promoting conservation, and inspiring a love for our oceans and the life within them. The aquarium opened its doors in 1984, unsure of what to expect.
I think the business study said something around 500,000 people, maybe up to 1 million, but in that first year or so, we had more than 2 million visitors attend.
2 million people still pour inside on an average year.
Yeah.
Well, this is what we're used to seeing, hundreds of people filing into the Monterey Bay Aquarium's front entrance. But back in 1981, it was the rundown Hovden Cannery.
The Hovden Cannery, and the founders of the aquarium were, many of them were graduate students over at Hopkins Marine Station at Stanford. And they kept looking over at this property that was all ramshackled and run down and thought, oh gosh, that might make a good place.
So there's actually a really interesting book about this that I've been reading, kind of as I'm involved with this big museum project down in Fremont, California. I became really curious. How did the Monterey Bay Aquarium get its start? And what did they do right in the early years to become such a success? And, where's that book? Shaping the Shoreline, Fisheries and Tourism on the Monterey Coast. Good book. There's some key parts in this about how this big institution, the Monterey Bay Aquarium, became established. You know, how they got it off the ground in the first place, how they got the community involved, and how it helped kind of revitalize the downtown area in Monterey and help act as an anchor for all of these other businesses to develop around it. The whole Monterey economy, in one way or another, is kind of built around this cornerstone, the aquarium there. It's an institution, and it's the coolest part of that part of California. It's extraordinarily important. It's the keystone species, you could say, in that economic ecosystem. You know,
Place for an aquarium.
Oh, and by the way, they built it at the old Hovden Cannery. So there used to be all of these. The primary industry in Monterey, California, used to be the sardines, the sardine fishery. So catching all these fishes. And that was the primary industry. Fishing trawlers would go out, they'd catch a bunch of sardines, they'd bring them back to what they call Cannery Row. There's a novel by John Steinbeck called Cannery Row. Good book. And people would take these fishes and can them up and then send them around the world. And then, eventually, fishermen caught too many sardines. The population crashed, and that industry collapsed. And with it, the whole downtown area went belly up. All of the canneries ended up closing. People had to move away. There weren't jobs. And then some people realized, shoot, we could open an aquarium here. And if we've got enough money, not only can we open up a world-class aquarium, but we can help revitalize the downtown. We can give people jobs. We can bring prosperity back to Monterey, California. And that's exactly what they did. They actually opened the facility in an abandoned cannery facility. The Hovden Cannery was like the last one that hadn't been burned down by vandals. And so they were able to purchase the property and keep the facade the same. So it still looks like
500,000 people, maybe up to
it still
a
looks
million,
like the
but
original
in that
facade.
First year or so, we had more than 2 million visitors attend.
2 million people still pour inside on an average year.
Well, this is what we're used to seeing, hundreds of
And so this is one of the original murals that I think they restore every year. Yeah, this cannery produced Portola brand sardines.
people filing into the Monterey Bay Aquarium's front entrance. But back in 1981, it was the rundown Hovden Cannery.
Yeah, see, there is that same that same facade right there. There's that same logo.
The Hovden Cannery, and the founders of the aquarium were, many of them were graduate students over at Hopkins Marine Station at Stanford. Yep. And they kept looking over at this property that was all ramshackled and run down and thought, oh gosh, that might make a good place for an aquarium.
Yep. So not only is it really cool as an aquarium, also if you're a student of architecture, if you appreciate architectural design and creativity, you will love the Monterey Bay Aquarium just from that standpoint. The way that they've been able to take all of these original structures that were part of the cannery and then repurpose them as an aquarium. If you appreciate irony, I think you'll like it too, because this was a facility that used to be dedicated to the slaughter and exploitation of fishes, and now it's devoted to the preservation and appreciation of marine life. You know, it's kind of wild to think about.
Original building brought the kelp forest. And everyone's favorite exhibit, the sea otters, that went much farther than putting animals on display.
Our team was the first to figure out that we could help to reintroduce baby sea otters into the wild after they had gone through a surrogacy raising programs.
900 otters have been a part of the program in all.
Jeez.
1996 welcomed.
So a big proportion of the sea otter population on the Central Coast in California, they owe their existence to this program and to this aquarium, because the rehab facility that they have there at the aquarium, has allowed them to foster a whole bunch of abandoned sea otter pups and help this struggling species thrive in Monterey Bay. The cool thing is, outside of the aquarium, they've got these balconies where you can look out over the bay and see a bunch of wild sea otters. Some of them just, they might only be 50 feet away. They might only be like 13 meters away as you're seeing them. Wild sea otters hanging out there in the kelp forest, holding hands with each other as they sleep like they do. I think it's one of the most magical things about Monterey is seeing the wildlife outside of the aquarium, which is helped by the aquarium too. A lot of those otters in that area are ones that were fostered by the foster sea otter moms that are in that facility.
The
It's super cool.
million-gallon open sea exhibit and the now famous jellies.
We have succeeded, I think, in bringing new jelly species to people's
It's
attention.
a paleontologist version of heaven.
Minchie Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you
I
here.
think in bringing new...
And thank you, Feral Moon TV, for the follow too. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Now famous jellies.
We have succeeded, I think, in bringing new jelly species to people's attention and to making them so cool that people want to come here to see them.
2019 saw the introduction of the Bechtel Family Center for Ocean Education and Leadership. And in April, the new Into the Deep will take center stage.
We've been
I've
working
seen
on
that.
it
Very
for
cool
years
exhibit.
now, and it'll be
Yeah.
the largest exhibition that we will put on here at the aquarium, and hope that it will really showcase the incredible diversity of life that's found in the deep sea.
Continuing to teach and mesmerize visitors from around the world.
Good stuff. Anyway, Monterey Bay Aquarium, really, really cool institution. They're here on Twitch. I don't know how often they stream anymore. Monterey AQ. They're live right now. Well. And look! Penguins! Yeah! Very cool. Very, very cool. Good stuff. Yeah. There you go. Thanks for the shout out there, Claire Burr. Yes, indeed. Go follow Monterey Bay Aquarium right now. Yeah. And let Monterey Aquarium know you want to drop in and collaborate. Yeah, no thanks. They're busy right now. But very, very cool. I do, at some point, want to see if I can do a crossover stream with Monterey Bay Aquarium. That would be really, really neat. Maybe we're looking at penguins. Maybe we're talking about nautilus or cephalopods or something. I don't know. But I really want to do a crossover stream with Monterey Bay Aquarium at some point. Yeah. And again, African penguins. It's so cool to see them get fed by hand. And look, there's very lucky kiddo managed to park himself right there in the viewing dome. That is some prime real estate. Good for him. Really neat. Nell says, would you ever visit Methuselah? If I could get a chance to visit Methuselah. You're talking about the bristlecone pine tree in down in Southern California, right? I would love to visit Methuselah, but Methuselah's location is a closely guarded secret because they don't want anybody to go chop down the oldest living tree in the world. So, no. Oh, the Steinhardt Aquarium in San Francisco. Absolutely. I have visited Methuselah many times. The Queensland lungfish, Neoceratodus forsteri. Yeah. I should really reach out to them, though, and see about doing a live stream from there, because that would be super awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And she's not a coelacanth. She's a Queensland lungfish, Claire Burr. Yeah. 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 I love lungfish. They are some of my favorite critters. Yeah, I gotta see about that. 2025 will be the year that we really start doing cool and interesting things, doing on-location streams in an official capacity. Not just wandering around the public area of a museum with a camera, but talking to the staff, setting up special events and interviews, and it's one of my big goals for 2025, and we're going to be starting part of that in North Dakota at the beginning of February at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. So I'm very excited about that. So I loved working with African lungfish. But you worked with African lungfish, Lenina? With their silly noodle arms? That's so cool. That's so cool, Lenina. I must know this story. You don't have to tell me now, but I'm intrigued. Yeah. I come to the UK. I will hopefully be coming to the UK, Princess Kimmy, in November. Here. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology will be holding there we go, they finally updated it. The 85th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology will be in Birmingham. The most beloved, regal, beautiful city in the UK. Yeah. So I'm saving up right now to be able to go to the UK in November. Very excited about that. Yeah. And Pablo says, I haven't been to SVP since they were in LA 10 years ago. No, that was 2013. That was my first SVP. Pablo is on Twitch, yeah. Yeah, I was lucky enough to go this past year, and it was pretty awesome. I was able to present 2 different projects. 3 if you count non-first author projects. But yeah. Anyhow. You went to SVP? That's super cool, Pablo. You were in the right place here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. But yeah. Good stuff. Dino Dax says, I am happy that you say Birmingham correctly. Oops. Sorry. What can I say? I'm an uncouth American. I know Princess Kimmy. I know how it's pronounced. I'm just being facetious. Yeah. Why? I'm pronouncing it phonetically, you know? Like, Gloucester. Cheeky, said Smith Caprical. Cheeky, you cheeky monkey daddy. Yes. Yes. We do have similar things here in the Bay Area. Like, there. Here's a live view of the San Francisco Bay Area. The sun is going to go down pretty soon. This is in beautiful, sunny coastal California. Of course, where I live. Gorgeous stuff. Anywho, off to the north here is a mountain, Mount Tamalpais, which is above the northern peninsula, north of San Francisco. And yeah, it shouldn't be pronounced the way that it is. It should be like Tamalpais. But no, Tamalpais is what everybody calls it. That's how it's pronounced. Mount Tamalpais. Known locally as Mount Tam. Yeah. Peak in Marin County, California. Tamalpais. It's one of those ones where You can often tell if somebody's not from the Bay Area if they try to pronounce it and they end up pronouncing it differently. So I get it. I get it. Yeah. Anyhow. How do you pronounce Concord, California? Says Pablo's on Twitch. Concord. It's pronounced Concord. Yeah, that's where my grandpa lives. That's right next to where I grew up. Concord, California. Oh, I wish they had the little... Yeah, Concord. There you go. Wikipedia has it correct. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Not like Concord. No. No, not like that.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Kennedy, thank you for the 31 months of support. I appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Appreciate your support. It is kind of by Antioch. It's closer to Martinez. I grew up in and around Martinez, Miss Caprico. Yeah, Antioch is... You know, Antioch might border Concord, actually, yeah. Come to think of it. North Concord. You've got Bay Point in between, and then, if we're thinking about the BART line, my beloved Bay Area Rapid Transit. That's how I got to Berkeley today. Yeah, BART system map. No, that's the blurry one. We don't want the blurry one. We want the crisp one. There we go. Yeah, Concord, North Concord / Martinez. It's not actually Martinez, but whatever. Pittsburgh Bay Point, Pittsburgh Center, and then Antioch. Yes, home of the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Little known fact, that's from Antioch, California. Not from the original city in the Holy Land or whatever. Holy Land. Then they got some holes. Anyway, penguins. Yeah. Solid reference. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate you saying. It looks like a chew toy. This is it's a squishy toy. I happen to be a passionate devotee of the Bay Area Rapid Transit system. I would not be here today were it not for the BART train system. I'd still be in Berkeley, you know, because... But jokes aside, it's because of that robust public transit network, because of the Bay Area Rapid Transit, that I was able to go work at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley when I was in high school. Otherwise, that probably would not have been possible. That is the heart and soul of the Bay Area is the Bay Area Rapid Transit System. BART, as we call it. And,
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
It holds a special place in my heart. Displacer.
Welcome gestation period.
18 months, yes, indeed. Displacer, thank you so much. Tier 2, by the way. Thank you, Displacer, for the 18 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here online. Thanks for helping put food on my table. Thanks for making these streams possible with your support. Appreciate it. Yeah. And BART was my lifeline when I lived in Albany and worked downtown, California Sansom. Yeah. City. I missed that commute, sorta. Yeah. Miss Caprico. It's good stuff. A while ago, Ios, whom we raided into last night, she got me a Christmas present. This was 2 years ago now. Or a year ago? No, it was a birthday present almost 2 years ago. It's been delayed for a while. But, here. Yeah, she got me this. And I'm eagerly awaiting it. There's been some big production delays.
BART, or Bay Area Rapid Transit, is a heavy rail mass transit network in, you guessed it, the San Francisco Bay Area in California.
Oh yeah.
Well, the idea for such a system dates back to the post-war years and the subsequent rise of the automobile. Years of political and logistical hurdles would delay the project sufficiently so that the first revenue trains wouldn't begin running until September
1972.
1972.
Yeah.
Running through the hearts of San Francisco and Oakland, with original termini in Concord, Richmond, Fremont.
Oh! You can tell this person's not from the Bay Area because how did he pronounce it? Like, DJ, run that back.
Of San Francisco and Oakland, with original termini in Concord.
Oh! Concord. Concord is how we say it. Concord. Concord. Oh boy. No. No.
Richmond, Fremont, and Daly City.
Concord.
Today's expanded system operates to Richmond, Pittsburgh, Antioch, Berryessa, North San Jose, and Millbrae and San Francisco International Airport, with a line to Dublin and Pleasanton.
Yep.
The 5 lines of the BART system currently serve.
Oh boy, the original plans for the BART system were glorious. It fully encircled the Bay Area, and there were trains that would run through this part of San Francisco. And then there was the planned Arguello station. I used to work right there on Arguello Boulevard back when I was teaching full-time. Originally, it was supposed to run along the Golden Gate Bridge. They were going to build like a lower deck on the Golden Gate Bridge to run BART trains through so it could go up to the Marin Peninsula and then back down and through the Richmond line. It would have been, oh my goodness, it would have been, you know, this would be a current live view of the Bay Area if that plan had gone through. Oh. Why'd they stop? Because the people of Marin voted to not have the train run through their county. They're like, well, we don't want those city types, those undesirables coming to our bedroom community. We don't really want that, and so yeah, it'll bring a different kind of person here. You know what they meant by that. NIMBY types. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. we missed our shot, you know? We missed our shot to have... We missed our shot to have this. You know? This was what it was gonna be like. Star Trek isn't gonna happen now. I'm sorry, everybody. Yeah. Anyway, BART system.
Serve 50 stations along more than 131 miles of fully grade-separated track. It is truly a world-class transit system.
Oh yeah, you bet it is.
Besides being recognized for its status as a groundbreaking achievement of civil engineering, particularly with the Trans-Bay Tube,
BART is also known for its roster of very distinctive rolling stock. The original cab cars and coaches were built by Rohr Industries between 1968 and 1975 and dubbed the A and B class respectively.
Oh man, Lordy was such a trooper. This past year, I think it was back in like, was it May or something? She was such a soldier. She went with me for the final send-off. I'm revealing how much of a fan I am of public transit here, and you know what? I don't care who knows it. We went to the final send-off for the Legacy Fleet. These were the old trains. There we go, there's a photo. The final voyage of those original 1972 Legacy Fleet cars. There's a huge event there at MacArthur BART. MacArthur BART is not frightening in the dark, despite songs you may have heard. Anyway, Lordy was very good about that.
Compatible C-class cab.
Yeah, she was such a trooper here. She really knew that I really wanted to go there, and she's like, you know what, let's do it. So big shout out to Lordy. Thank you, Lordy. Anyhow.
Cars were later produced by Alstom between 1987 and 1989, with a virtually identical version coming from Morrison Knudsen between 1994.
Anyway, details about all the trains and everything, let's get to here.
Endured for more than half a century. In celebration of BART's 50th anniversary in 2022, Rapido Trains is pleased to bring you the A, B, and C class cars all in HO scale.
Good stuff. So these are
produced in
super detailed
with BART. This represents our first foray into the rapid transit market. Designed using original blueprints and field measurements, our BART cars will be coming with the same features you'd expect from a Rapido model, including directional lighting,
this is
track-powered flicker-free interior lighting,
oh boy,
fully detailed interiors, underbody detail, and authentic sounds recorded from prototype BART rolling stock.
Nice.
This is a preliminary launch of our BART A, B, and C class cars, and we'll be back in the coming weeks with a more detailed video overview. You can also visit our website for more information about both the models and prototypes. Thanks for joining us for this exciting transit announcement. We hope this will be the first of many more to come in the future.
Good stuff. This is great. I haven't seen this yet. So, BART trains like this are how my mom and dad were able to get to work in San Francisco every day. This is a daily commute for them. This is a daily commute for me when I was a high school student working at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Later on, shortly before I joined Twitch, this is how I got to my teaching job in San Francisco every day. This is a big part of my life. It's got a special place in my heart, you know?
Hey everyone, this is Josh.
And that's Jordan.
And we're both from Rapido Trains Inc. And we're here today at BART's Richmond repair facility at the Richmond Yard in California.
Anyway, if you're interested in trains, take a look at this. It's cool stuff. Trains are cool, Deathsaurus. Trains are the future. Forget self-driving cars. Forget, flying cars, all this other nonsense. The whole AM/FM thing. I'm not going to say what that means, but some of you who are into transit know what I'm talking about. Actual machines versus expletive magic. AM/FM. Trains are the future. And it's a big part of this project that I'm working on. I don't think talked about this since the announcement. Here. Let me share a video with you here real quick. About a project that skip navigation? What? OBS. What are you doing? Stop it. Here's a project that I'm currently working on. I feel like it's been a long enough time that I can share this again because this will be news to a lot of people. But it also has to do with Bay Area rapid transit. I'm going to play this for you real quick and go take care of some stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes. But this is some interesting stuff, I think. Here. This is a big project that I'm very, very excited to be involved with right now. And yeah. Here, take a look. Within the hills of eastern Fremont, has to do with Bart, ancient wonders which few people are aware of. This is Fremont, California. Well, 20 miles south of where I live. Residential areas and its contributions to the tech industry. What it's not usually known for is fossils. As paleontologists, we'd like to change that. Because believe it or not, one of the world's great fossil sites is right here in Fremont. Back in the Pleistocene, California was home to a spectacular menagerie of creatures. At that time, the San Francisco Bay was dry land, a river valley ruled over by saber-toothed cats, 10-foot-tall camels, ground sloths the size of a car, and Columbian mammoths even larger than today's elephants.
They're from right here in California. These large animals roaming around, it gives an entirely different perspective on life in California.
Which brings us here. The name Irvington might not mean much to most people, but any paleontologists watching right now are doing this. That's because the Irvington district of Fremont lent its name to an entire land mammal age, the Irvingtonian.
So here we're at actually a spot that's considered a type locality. That means the assemblages of fossils that we find here is so distinct that other places in North America use it as a reference point.
This unique fossil assemblage was first discovered via unconventional means during World War II. When men of fighting age were shipping out overseas, a group of school children, led by local teacher Wes Gordon, made a remarkable discovery at Fremont's Bell Quarry. There, in the gravel pit, they found thousands of fossils. They would go there every Saturday, uncovering the bones of horses, camels, ground sloths, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, and other Ice Age mammals. The young fossil hunters gained national attention when Life magazine featured their exploits, christening them the Boy Paleontologists. Yep.
The story they published followed that was December the 10th, 1945. The war had ended, and so this was important. What did our youth do during the war?
What they did was to discover a unique paleofauna, one that would form the basis for the whole Irvingtonian land mammal age, known to paleontologists the world over. Paleontological work at this exceptional site would continue, yielding ever more important fossils through the 1950s. Until an event that would break the hearts of the boy paleontologists. The Bell Quarry was unceremoniously leveled to make way for Interstate 680. Yeah, and while the specimens discovered there now reside in several museums throughout the Bay Area, one of the world's great fossil sites is now entombed beneath a freeway, with no part of it accessible to paleontologists ever since. It is a tragic story there. Yeah. I'm not quite ready to make this public yet, Clipper. I think I'll re-upload it after I make a few tweaks, but yeah. Yeah. This isn't the end of the story, though. Or so everyone assumed.
Because a lot of this is topsoil here. There's like some more kind of consolidated material like right around here-ish.
Mm-hmm. Just this year, while our crew was exploring the Irvington gravels next to the freeway, we started finding fossils.
Yeah, I was digging here in the stream, and I just dug straight down, found this little camel tooth. So specifically, this is a bottom tooth. So on the bottom tooth, you'll see this kind of like W-shaped pattern here.
W-shape, yeah.
We got a little piece of rib bone right here.
So there's Althea and Ariel and Gaetano there. Didn't ruin everything. These are some of the people I'm working with on this project. By studying aerial maps and historical photos, our team has been able to rediscover some prime spots which remain untouched. Spots where, just under the surface, Irvington's fossil wonders are still waiting to be discovered. Yeah. I'm really excited to hopefully be able to do some live streams from here in the next few months. Stay tuned for that.
Growing up in the Bay Area, I always knew I loved
Ariel there.
fossils and wanted to be a paleontologist. And what's really kind of sad is I didn't realize there were fossils pretty much at my back door my entire life. I could have been going on these adventures and seeing what was out there. So being able to share this really special spot that's not only a type locality but really rich in fossil material, being able to share that with everyone, I think is an important thing to do.
By now, you probably know what we're getting at. The Bay Area has an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia. An obscene amount of money. A population of 8 million people. Not a lot of people. And we have one of the world's premier fossil sites. And yet, we do not have a public fossil museum. Now is the time to change that. This is the place to do it. Our vision is this. An active dig site where paleontologists continue to excavate these Irvingtonian fossils, and the public can watch or join in. A world-class museum on site walks visitors through the fossil history of California and showcases the specimens collected from Irvington. Like the La Brea Tar Pits or Dinosaur National Monument, this place would become a destination for people of all ages, but particularly for students from across the Bay Area and beyond. And with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, the museum and dig site together have the potential to become one of the most visited attractions in the region. A boon for... You see? BART right there. Have the potential to become and for the Bay Area and beyond. So the BART district, BART Transportation District, already has plans to build a station just across the freeway from where this fossil locality is. Right next to the site where we plan to build the museum. This is going to be an absolute, like, just a perfect storm in a good way. All of these different things kind of coming together in order to make this place a success, you know? Think about every school kid in the Bay Area is going to have an opportunity to visit this museum and this fossil site if they can just get onto the BART system. And all of the different bus lines and trolley lines and ferry lines and everything else in the Bay Area, they all connect up to BART. This is the beauty of public transit, is that it's this beautiful, like, elegant artery system of transportation. You don't have to get in the car. You don't have to put up all that carbon into the atmosphere. You don't have to deal with traffic. You don't have to risk getting in a car wreck or anything. You can just hop on a bus and then on a train, or you can walk to a train station, or however you get there. You can take the trains here and be within easy walking distance of the museum, like a block or two away. You know? Just incredible. Think about what this will mean for kids growing up in the Bay Area. It means that just about everybody is going to get a chance to connect with the fossil history of our region. They're going to get a chance to appreciate the fossils that we have here. They can feel that pride knowing that one of the world's great fossil sites is right here in the Bay Area. It is now forgotten, but if we get our way, if we're able to complete these goals, everybody's going to know about this. Everybody's going to be able to enjoy it. Everybody will benefit from this. You know? And with a new BART station already planned for construction just blocks away, the museum and dig site together have the potential to become one of the most visited attractions in the region. A boon for tourism, for local pride, for science, and for STEM education in the Bay Area. We can make this happen, but we need your help. There you go. That's a big project that I'm working on over the next few years. And the work that I did a few weeks ago, I had to miss stream a couple Mondays ago. Because I was visiting this little museum in Fremont, which is kind of a seed that this larger museum will grow from, and making some deliveries. Some of these big 3D prints that I've done, this Edmontosaurus skull, the baby Triceratops, the theropod nest, the Camarasaurus skull, these are ones that I was able to deliver to this museum in Fremont, and I'm continuing to work with them. We're trying to make this the incubator for this larger project. So there's exciting things happening. And hopefully in the next few months, I'll be able to do some live streams from the fossil site there in Fremont. Maybe some live streams from that museum too. And we're trying to get people excited about this. We're trying to bring in money. We're trying to make this a big cause that people in the community can push for, you know? So yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Pablo on Twitch says, beautiful prints. What kind of printer? This one right here. In fact, this print is now done. I've got a... that done. I have a Prusa printer. Here, give me a minute. Let me get this going again, and then I'll tell you what project I'm working on. There. There we go. I am working on printing a life-size adult Tyrannosaurus skull. This adult life-size Tyrannosaurus skull, the Maximus skull, which unfortunately went up for private auction a few years back. Oh boy.
What I look for when assessing any object of great importance, be it a 17th century manuscript, an impressionist painting, a spacesuit, or a fossil,
is
that belongs in a museum.
It does belong in a museum. And so I am 3D printing this skull, which now apparently exists in a private collection somewhere. Not available for scientific study as far as I know. There is a scan of this, which exists, and I have access to it, and we're printing it. We are 3D printing this for the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. So let's pull that up. Let's pull up the files for that. Here we go. Let's try part number 64, perhaps. There we go. And it's a pretty small one, but yeah, it'll print quickly. Put that on the bed, and let's go ahead and slice it, meaning that we're converting it into a format that the 3D printer can read. There we go. Looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and export that file. There we go. Sure that I put this file in the done folder so I don't accidentally end up printing it twice. I want to double up on these things and waste filament. There we go. Now, let's get it printed. Excellent. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Death Source says, isn't it in a museum even though it's not accessible to science? I think that particular specimen ended up in a private collection. I don't think it's in a museum. Uh-oh. Is there a goof in here? There's little pegs that stick up that allow for proper placement of the heated print bed, and I had one of those was under the print bed, and the printer sensed that during its calibration process and halted the print. So here we go. It's gonna do recalibration right here real quick. Erg67, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Erg. I appreciate you. Thank you for your continued support of this channel. I'm grateful. Here we go. What happened to the Maximus Tyrannosaurus skull? Here.
The auction block, a prehistoric discovery that is expected to fetch millions of dollars. It is a T-Rex skull, well preserved, and shows signs that the dinosaur was caught in a fight before its death, making it particularly
we don't
rare.
know that.
Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles has the details on the upcoming auction.
If you're a fan of any of the Jurassic World movies by Universal Pictures, a T-Rex is probably in your home all of the time, but this takes it to another level.
It's the ultimate trophy.
It's not a trophy. It's a scientific specimen. Have some respect. You know? What's wrong with you? Not everything should be bought and sold. Not everything should garner profits. Not everything should be a... should be return on investment. Some things are more sacred and beautiful and important than that, you know?
one's home.
This Tyrannosaurus skull is 6.5 feet high, weighs 200 pounds, and is approximately 76 million years old.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not 76 million years old. Tyrannosaurus first evolved around 68 million years ago, something like that. Went extinct 66 million years ago. They're 10 million years off right there. Just, it's so incredibly frustrating. Just,
It's going up for auction by an anonymous donor at Sotheby's on December 9th. Expected to...
And I think it was Alan Dietrich. I don't think it even was anonymous. It's that guy. Anyway.
To sell for anything between $15 million and $25 million.
And no, I think it went for about, what was it, 7 million? So way less than expected, which at least that is heartening.
His name is Maximus.
T-Rex is the most popular dinosaur out there. This
That's
is
true.
an incredible example. It's one of the best and most complete ever found.
And that's also not true. This is not one of the most complete ever found. I've printed large parts of this so far. Big parts of it are very clearly sculpted, including almost all of the teeth and the upper jaw so far. It's pretty clear that they're sculpted because they're the wrong shape. If the scan that I have is accurate, like if it's an accurate representation of what this object is, then it's clear that big parts of this original object are fake. They are sculpted. They are not original. Goodness, it gets back to this. And I'll give you a link right here. But this was another thing that we were talking about live on stream a few weeks ago. So Wyoming dinosaurs are dominating the auction block in Europe, or at least unknown portions of them are. So some dinosaurs went up for auction. However, there's a growing sense of consumer advocacy among paleontologists who see these specimens for sale. Their takeaway? Billionaire buyers beware. If you were buying a Ming vase at auction, and it was actually made of parts from 5 Ming vases, and 50% of it was painted plaster, wouldn't you want to know that? Says Denver Fowler, a paleontologist and curator of the Dickinson Museum Center in North Dakota. Auction houses don't release that information for these dinosaur auctions. It's quite surprising. This has been an ongoing problem, like where, you know, fossils at auction houses are claimed to be extraordinarily complete and, oh, this thing is worth tens of millions of dollars. And then it turns out that huge parts of it are 3D printed or made of plaster or they're sculpted. This skull right here on the Allosaurus that sold in France for, what was it? I don't remember how much it sold for. It was like $8 million or something. I forget. The skull is entirely 3D printed as far as I can tell. And it's because I've got this same 3D printed skull here in my office. I mean, thank you, Claire, for posting this here. Here's a clip from that stream. Look at the suture between the premaxillae and the max right here. Look at this right here. You see it there? Yeah, it's the same. That's totally it. That is totally it. Wow. Wow. This is me realizing that in real time. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Do not purchase dinosaur fossils at auction. You're getting ripped off. Especially when their provenance is doubtful. Whoever bought this got majorly ripped off. Yeah, it's... Caveat emptor, buyer beware. Someone got, yeah. They were taken to the cleaners. They got scrumped. Holy cow. Fleeced, you know? It's just hand into pocket, pull out that wallet. Ooh, yeah, here. I'll be taking that. Thank you very much. All of this, these largely artificial fossils selling for tens of millions of dollars, while paleontologists scrimp and save and go out hat in hand to the public. Please, can we have $200 for this fossil excavation we're doing this weekend? Can we have $400 for this week of field work that we're planning out in this particular basin in Wyoming? We desperately need that money. And wealthy people are being absolutely fleeced here. Millions of dollars for dinosaur fossils that are mostly artificial. And they don't know that because these auction houses are not making that information available to the public or to the buyers. You know? Suckers, says Claire Burr. I mean, they are. They are suckers. They're getting fooled. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. And Marcy Walks Dogs, I agree that, you know, if anybody's going to be taking advantage of it, might as well be people who are obscenely wealthy. But at the same time, it is obscene when that kind of money is being thrown around for artificial fossils through subterfuge, dishonesty, when scientists who are actually trying to excavate real fossils for the benefit of the general public, we're not seeing any of that money. We're not seeing anything close to that, you know? You can see why some people occasionally go rogue and they go commercial, and they're like, well, if I can make tens of millions of dollars selling a dinosaur, that sure beats, you know, doing science. Death Source says, I will print some fake dinosaurs to fleece some millionaires and then use that money to fund some real paleontologists. Well, Death Source, apparently it's easier than it looks. So, it's not a bad plan, I suppose. Yeah. Time to set up Danny's auction fossil certificate business. There you go, Diatom's Tag. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Echidna says, I don't feel sorry for them, I feel sorry for the scientists who don't see a cent of it. And would use it all better if they did? Yeah, absolutely. So that's the thing. The problem is not that billionaires are getting fleeced. Billionaires are always going to get fleeced. They're billionaires. You know? They have more money than they have sense. Of course they're going to get fleeced at every turn. You can't have that much money and not be completely divorced from reality. It literally destroys your brain. Think about that. To become a billionaire, to wake up every morning and have literally billions of dollars, it completely changes the way that you interact with everybody around you. It's gonna be a completely alienating experience. It's like waking up in the morning every single day and getting kicked in the head by a horse. You're not living in the real world when you have that much money. It's literally debilitating. Like, it's almost as if you lose part or maybe all of your humanity. You cease to function as a regular human being, and you just become this vessel for capital, you know? You're subsumed by this system that robs you of your ability to relate to your fellow human beings. So yeah, of course you're going to get taken advantage of. You're just a bag of money at that point. Yeah. And Princess Kimmy says, it's like when they ask the Prime Minister if he knows how much a bottle of milk costs, and they have no clue. Yeah, I don't know. $300? Yeah. Anywho. Enough of that. Brilliant article that Denver Fowler was quoted in here. I would like to talk to him in person about this. I want to talk to him about this when we interview him in North Dakota at the beginning of February. But it is I really like the tact that he took here in framing this as a consumer advocacy thing. Denver was very strategic about this. I'll put it that way. Yeah. Yeah. Denver says they have these clowns wearing fancy suits and white Mickey Mouse gloves, holding onto these precious fossils, when you know all they're holding onto is a big lump of plaster. Ever so delicately cradling a thing, which isn't even real, he said. Billionaires might be the only people who are getting screwed here, and maybe no one cares, he said. Yeah. I don't like to see anybody get ripped off. Some strategery. But I think we should all have a sense of decency and honesty. Do the auction houses have those scruples? Because I question if their buyers know that what they're selling is lumps of plaster and plastic that they're calling a dinosaur. Oh boy. Read that article, share it on social media. It's good stuff. Yeah. And Arid Ekan Wife says repost for Danny. Thank you, Arid. Who was it who posted that? Be mindful of any fossils at auction. Absolutely. If you're purchasing a fossil, it very well might be fake. Before I moved to Canada, I used to attend the Tucson Gem shows. Oh boy, the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show is a hotbed of subterfuge and misrepresentation. Oh boy. There are a lot of sellers from overseas selling fossil specimens. Most of them are not much better than expertly painted and stained cement casts. Probably plaster, but yeah. Or bits and pieces of fossil bone glued together and embedded in concrete to look real. Yes, that's a real thing. Yeah. So anyway, and Echidna says billionaires deserve to be swindled. That's not really... That's the headline, but that's not the... What actually happens is, during these fossil auctions, is that fossil specimens, actual fossil specimens, are being commodified. And that's a major problem. That's a huge issue. It hurts us as paleontologists when billionaires are buying these things because they're inflating the market for fossils to the point where our scientific specimens become commodities. It used to be that people like me could go and approach private landowners and be like, hey, I'm a paleontologist. I don't have a lot of money. I work for this museum or this university. Can we walk around your ranch land for a little while and look at these Just. Ugh.
This morning, I have the pleasure of having been awarded custody of Sue.
Anyway, this was what really changed things. This is what everybody heard about this. The Associated Press is reporting on it. Everybody heard about this, and landowners who knew that they had fossil-bearing lands under their ownership, you start talking about fossils, and you can practically see their pupils turn into dollar signs. They will not let you on their land, typically, anymore. Unless you're willing to... They're like, well, what can you pay me? Dinosaurs are all big money, you know? You paleontologists, you're making millions of dollars off of them, right? I want 3/4 of that, because I'm the landowner. We're not selling these things. We work for museums. We're getting paid pennies to be out here. Most of us are volunteers. We literally have to pay out of pocket to be out here and do field work. And so it's not been good, you know? And in the United States, I want to make this very clear, unlike in a lot of other countries that have more sane laws about this kind of thing, in the US, property rights are sacred above everything else. Above human rights, above the sanctity of science, above everything. You know? And I talked about that during this interview with
illegally traded
Michael Portillo.
Fossils, which are diverted from scientists who could study them.
I was actually really pleased that Michael Portillo was totally on the side of science here. It was brilliant.
And they encourage responsible fossil just where you know the owner and they can do.
There we go.
Dan,
and that's a good way of doing it.
Let me just go back to Danny for a moment. Danny, in the United States, do you have a proper legal environment to protect these bones and fossils?
It's a little bit complicated here in the United States.
So this is the legal framework around fossils in the U.S.
Unfortunately, if a fossil is found on private land, unfortunately from the perspective of paleontologists, then it's the property of the landowner, and they can do with it what they please. They could donate to a museum, or they could give it to their dog to chew on. Regardless of the scientific importance of whatever, you know, the find might be, you know, ultimately it belongs to the landowner.
Usually they choose to sell it, or they keep it as a doorstop or whatever. Sure, keep it on their mantelpiece. I don't know of any particular instances of landowners giving dinosaur fossils to their dogs to chew on, but I'm sure it's happened. But here in the U.S., if it's on your land, it belongs to you. You know, you can do whatever with it that you would like. You could throw it into a lake. You could blow it up with dynamite. You could do... It doesn't matter how scientifically important it is. It could be the most scientifically important fossil ever discovered. It could have tremendous benefits to science, to the understanding of humanity, for the history of life on Earth. Doesn't matter. Private ownership rights trump everything else. Literally everything. That's the way it works in the U.S. on private land. But
if it's from private land, if it's from public land, the sorts of lands that I work with, Bureau of Land Management land, state lands, then it belongs to the people of the United States, and it needs to be held in the public trust, held in perpetuity so that scientists can study it and the public can enjoy it. And that's what paleontologists like us think should happen for every scientifically important fossil. They're a benefit to all of humanity. They're part of our collective natural heritage. They belong in a museum.
Yeah.
Danny Anduza and Professor David Waterhouse, happy digging to you both. Thank you very much for being on GB News.
Again, here's a link to that if you'd like to see it. So yeah. Dinosaurs holding my door open? Yes, please. I mean, I'm sure they'd work better than a diatom trying to hold your door open. If anybody here is not yet following Diatom's attack, Diatoms, it's wonderful to have you here in the chat. I'm sorry I've not given you enough attention here so far. But Diatom's attack is himself a paleontologist. He studies diatoms, which are these wonderful photosynthetic microorganisms. Diatoms are incredible little critters that produce so much of the oxygen that we breathe. They fill our oceans and our bodies of fresh water. Diatoms are incredibly small, intricate, and important organisms. And when Diatoms attack streams, he shows you these under the microscope. His streams are they're much more chill than mine are. Relaxing, even. Soothing is a word that I could use without exaggeration to describe Diatom's attack streams. Go give him a follow right now. And he's a PhD researcher. He's the real deal. And sometimes he deigns to broadcast here on Twitch, and those times you should be following him so you know when he's live. And you can tune in because it's always a good time. Diatom's attack says, I put all my students to sleep, no matter how interesting the content. See, that's a selling point, though, for a lot of people here. Especially nowadays. Holy cow. Especially over the next 4 years here in the States, Diatom's attack. I think people are going to seek out that kind of soothing science content. So, again, go follow Diatom's attack right now if you're not yet doing so. Yeah. People need more sleep, says Rakadactylus. It's true. It's true. Good to see you, Reiko. Yeah. Yeah. Microorganisms make notoriously bad doorstops. You're not wrong there, Kitty Whiskers Mew. Welcome back to you. Good to see you. So yeah. Yeah. And Princess Kimmy says, things under the microscope scare me. I feel like if we were the same scale, they would eat me. How do you think they feel about you, Kimmy? Think about that for a second, you know? Think about how many diatoms you ingest every day without even realizing it. Whether you're scooping cat litter or brushing your teeth. Diatoms are one of those organisms that we encounter in our daily lives, and they're so small that we don't even recognize them. Find you a decent video about diatoms and why they're important. Thank the diatoms. Here we go. There. We've moved from penguins to dinosaurs to diatoms.
So, what do you think that number is?
What do you think that number is, chat? What do you think it is? Ignore the closed captions. What do you think that number is? And hey, it's Paul. I'm friends with Paul. Diatom, see? Small world. I told you that Diatom's attack was the real deal. He is immersed in this milieu.
So, what do you think that number is?
We published
Well,
together, says
that
Diatoms.
number is a good estimate of the number of organisms that are in the oceans.
Very cool. That's organisms. Don't get it mixed up or you'll embarrass yourself when you're telling this to a friend. Organisms.
28 zeros. It's a large number and a significant number of organisms that are in that number.
An interesting
are
fluffy Deinonychus.
Microbes are universally
Very cool.
dominant. They control the environment that they live in, and ultimately they actually control the environment we live in as well. I was very excited to see a video come out called One Strange Rock, and in that video we were able to get a better idea of one group of organisms we're interested in, and those are the diatoms.
Looking at the oceans from space, sometimes you see a local area that's an entirely different color. And amazingly enough,
what's
what
going
you're
on with
looking at
that?
is microscopic life.
That's insane that you're watching this from space. An astronaut like Chris Hadfield there. You see this from the space station, and you're like, what is that? Surely it's something tremendously large.
And amazingly enough, what you're looking at is microscopic life.
Yeah.
Diatom blooms that reflect the light differently so that they show up from space.
Biggest one I think I ever saw was huge. It covered hundreds of miles.
You know, when you swim in the ocean, you don't notice the diatoms around you. But when you're in space, you see the vibrant colors of life.
So if you want to swim with diatoms, maybe swim in space is the message here. I still can't hold your doors open. It's true. Dinosaurs are better at that because they tend to be a bit larger. You would need a tremendous number of diatoms to hold your door open, and you'd need to get them to stick together somehow. But diatoms more easily visible from space than dinosaurs are. If I were to ask the chat, what do you think is more easily visible from space? Dinosaurs or microscopic diatoms? You'd probably get that one wrong. Diatoms are more easily visible, you know? You could make diatomite doorstops, that's true. Yeah, we could use diatomaceous earth to do that. But it would be pretty brittle, I would think. I don't know. I've dug in diatomaceous earth too, you know. You gotta often wear like a mask so that you don't end up breathing it in. The diatoms don't end up tearing up your lungs.
It's around you.
Yeah.
But when you're in space, you see the vibrant colors of life.
It's just so stunning. The blues and the greens, but also like, wow, those things are keeping us alive.
Yeah. That's life support for the Earth.
Diatoms are not only important in oxygen production, but they're very abundant.
So I feel like they skipped past something here in this kind of chopped up YouTube video. But these things produce, by some estimates, about half of oxygen on Earth. 1/4 to 1/2 of the oxygen that you breathe is from diatoms. From these microscopic organisms that turn sunlight into food, and they produce oxygen as a waste product. The oxygen that we breathe.
Thousands, hundreds of thousands of species that can be found everywhere in every kinds of water quality. And that's one of the things we're interested in.
And they're going
the
to
other thing
airspace.
we're
Okay,
interested
fair.
in is trying to understand the history. When you look at the fossil.
And Kitty Whiskers Muse says, can we eat them? Yes. Oddly enough, yes. I don't know if they appreciate that. Well, I don't actually know what they... You know, they're pretty unfussy organisms in the sense that I don't feel like they get super offended if they get eaten, but I don't know. They're not big on feelings, but they are big on oxygen production, photosynthesis, all that good stuff. You have to watch out for the ones that attack, though, says Diatoms Attack, yeah. And Diatoms Attack says, diatoms are like Doritos. Eat all you want, they will make more. True. Yeah.
We're interested in. The other thing we're interested in is trying to understand the history. when you look at the fossils, the fossil shells from these diatoms, we can look back into the past. For example, the 60 million year old sample contains billions, if not trillions, of diatoms.
And so, as a result, another reason why diatoms are comparable to, or you could make an argument, superior to dinosaurs in some respect. It pains me a little to say it as a dinosaur paleontologist, but the sample size for diatoms is crazy high. So he said what? There could be billions, if not trillions, of diatoms in this small sample right here. We don't have trillions of dinosaur fossils. We don't have that kind of sample size for dinosaurs. For diatoms, you can have that. And so they can allow you to study their evolution over time, study their population dynamics, the ebbs and flows of like different species becoming more abundant and then more rare, going extinct, or new species forming. It's so much easier to do that with diatoms because you can get really big numbers here. You got a large sample size, and in science, more data can allow you to do more science. That's one of the advantages of diatoms.
And so this gives us a chance to look at past environments. So the two major pieces of equipment we're using is the light microscope and the electron microscope. In the case of the light microscope, we have the advantage of being able to isolate specimens like the one here. If you want to see the real details, let's take a look using the electron microscope.
A scanning electron microscope, also known as an SEM, uses a beam of accelerated electrons, as opposed to a light, as a source of illumination.
Peniularia. And is that the genus name there, Diatoms attack? Did you recognize that genus? Or is that a larger taxon above the genus level? It's a genus. See, again, Diatoms attack. He's a pro. I can't say it enough. He can look at that diatom right there and be like, yep, that's Peniularia. Wild, you know? Well, I guess in the same way, if you were to pull up like a Pentaceratops picture, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's Pentaceratops right there. There'd be like, whoa, everybody would be amazed. But you know, these are the things that we study. Anyway, Diatoms Attack studies these things. Wouldn't it be a miracle for Danny's stream not to get sidetracked? It's a live broadcast, Cirque. These things happen. You know, we'll get back to penguins eventually. I honestly didn't have that much penguin content planned for today, so we will go back to penguins. And we will exhaust the penguin fossil videos and discussion that I had set aside for today's broadcast. So we're all good, you know? You got bait and switched, folks. There you go, Diatoms. Yeah. Diatoms Attack just rubbing his hands together going, yes, the Diatoms agenda. It has been furthered.
A scanning electron microscope, also known as an SEM, uses a beam of accelerated electrons, as opposed to a light, as a source of illumination. It allows the museum's research scientists to magnify specimens up to about 350,000 times.
This is important stuff, though, you know?
Because they live in silica shells.
So again, as a dinosaur paleontologist, I have a certain amount of, like, privilege, you know? Everybody loves dinosaurs. Some of the highest grossing films of all time that Hollywood has produced have been about dinosaurs. Think about Jurassic Park or The Lost World. Dinosaurs don't need a good PR agent. They're superstars. And as a paleontologist, a fossil scientist who studies dinosaurs, that is a tremendous blessing that, like, when I'm talking to people in the general public about dinosaurs, whether it's here on Twitch, whether it's on the bus, like earlier today, when I was going to Berkeley to go to that seminar, everybody loves dinosaurs. Everybody can relate to dinosaurs. Everybody's heard of dinosaurs. Not everybody has heard of foraminifera, radiolaria, or diatoms. And so it's important to talk about these things. I feel a certain obligation to talk about organisms like this because they are critically important to understanding the history of life on Earth. They might not be the sorts of things that you would make video games about, in the same way that dinosaurs have featured in a lot of video games. But from a scientific perspective, you could make an argument, and it could be compelling, that diatoms are more important than dinosaurs. It pains me to, like, it's emotionally painful to say that as somebody who loves dinosaurs tremendously and has devoted his life to the study of dinosaurs, but it's true, you know? Diatom says, look, I'm not saying the crazy stuff he is. Well, yeah. Pablo says, we need diatom plushies? I wonder if that exists. It looks like we've got some hand-knitted ones. Ooh, very cool. Disco Stella Stellagera? Does that look right? Diatom's attack? Does it look like a Disco Stella to you? You know the people who knit that one. See? Again, he's a pro. Yeah. Shoot. Speaking of, paleontological plushies, I'd like to direct you to the Paleontological Research Institution and the Paleozoic Pals here. Some of these are sold out, like the Dimetrodon and the Ammonoid, but if you want a Helicoprion, a buzzsaw shark, or a Gorgonopsian, or if you're from Illinois, you might want your state fossil, the Tully monster. You can get those right here. There's a link. I don't think they have any diatoms yet, but there's a Dunkleosteus, a Eurypterid, a Trilobite, a Tiktaalik. $12 for the Tiktaalik? I need to get some of these. That's incredibly inexpensive for what it is. You can get Trilobite slippers? That's nuts. You should talk to them Diatoms Attack about doing a diatom one. That'd be pretty neat. So yeah. Anywho, do they sell the patterns? Not that I know of, Golganek. If you do want patterns for a paleo plush kind of deal, here on Paleo Plushies, different site, these are always out of stock. Polacanthus, Gripposaurus, Sinosauropteryx, but they do sell patterns for a Tasmanian tiger, if I remember correctly. There we go. Thylacine, Tasmanian tiger sewing pattern download. There's a link right there for you if you do some sewing. Maybe I should ask Lordy to do this. Although this is a complex sewing pattern for making your own life-size or half-size thylacine. Yeah. Plush sewing experience is required. It's not for a beginner. But you could make something like this, you know? A life-size Tasmanian tiger thylacine. How cool is that? Not so much a paleo creature. These guys were hunted to extinction. There was actually a bounty placed on them by the Australian government. So the Australian government had a policy in place to try and drive these animals into extinction. And they succeeded. But, yeah. Anyway, if you'd like to help resurrect them, at least on a personal basis at home, the sewing pattern is there in the chat. Yeah. There's a Diatoms board game. by the way, made by Luminol Games. I'm friends with Sabrina, who developed it. Very cool, Diatoms attack. Diatoms board game. Well, well, well. A game of microscopic proportions. A puzzly tile placement, pattern-making game based on obscure Victorian art. Creating microscopic mosaics out of algae. Very cool. Official website. What is this? There we go. Oh, that's super neat. Very cool stuff. Awesome. Stunningly beautiful game about making art from algae. Uh-oh. And I can get it down in Palo Alto if I go to Gamelandia. Very cool. Or I can probably order it through the website. Oh, that's really neat. Check that out. Yeah, I might have to get this. Super neat. Everyone will create a unique mosaic, but only one player will win first place for their microscopic art. It sounds kind of like Settlers of Catan, except more scientific. That's really neat. That's really neat. Very neat. Huh. Well, check it out. There's a link right there. Get it for yourself if you're intrigued. It's kind of in that group of games. Yeah, I kind of figured that you're putting tiles together, you're building stuff. I presume there's a point system for what you're able to assemble, and that determines who the winner is. Really neat. Anyway, back to diatoms here.
Are almost transparent. The SEM is a reflection-based microscope and therefore enables researchers to see and study the walls of these silica structures and determine how diatoms breathe, move, and reproduce. The SEM is a great tool for identifying and describing new diatom species.
So diatoms are amazing. Not only do they produce oxygen for the global environment, they also produce energy, which is critical for us. They also are great indicators of water quality, which is what I am really interested in. And finally, as my colleague once said, if you can read, thank your teachers. If you can breathe, thank the diatoms.
Very cool. I don't know how good I am at reading, but I'm pretty good at breathing. Thank you, diatoms, for that ability. Thanks for producing the oxygen that I can pull into my lungs. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. And what's this, Claire? Microbes. Oh, interesting. Okay. Fuzzy fossils. Oh, this is nifty. I have a lot of these, most of these, in fact, as non-fuzzy things. 3D printing a lot of these, but yeah. I've got a Diplodocus skull, a Stegosaurus skull, which is assembled part of that live on stream the other day. Working on assembling a life-size T-Rex skull, adult T-Rex skull. Though I've got a juvenile and a teenage T-Rex skull already. I don't yet have a Triceratops. No, I do have. I have several Triceratops skulls. What am I saying? Babies, juveniles. Pteranodon and Velociraptor. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. I don't have a Pteranodon, but I do have a Velociraptor. Several Velociraptors. We'll do a Pteranodon one of these days. Anyway, where were we? Penguins. It's Penguin Awareness Day today, and I should be very aware of that. Let's get back to where we were. Talk about tangents. We went from the Monterey Bay Aquarium to BART trains, the Bay Area Rapid Transit System, to the fossils in Fremont and that museum project that I'm part of, to private ownership of dinosaur fossils and dinosaur auctions and how they're really scammy. And we went from there to diatoms. Now let's get back to where penguins. Let's continue.
Really close up. Hi. Hello.
I had the coolest opportunity to visit the Monterey Bay Aquarium while they were closed to the public. Not only did I get to walk around and roam the halls, but a penguin did too. And her name is Ray, and she showed me around.
Very cool. This is one of the coolest places on the planet, the Monterey Bay Aquarium.
Wow, what a sweetheart. Oh, not the most graceful, but that's okay. Nice. Good job. You're so good. She says, oh,
hello.
Look at you. Oh, hello. Hi.
Who wouldn't want to walk around and look at the exhibits? She enjoys it just as much as we do. And I think she also just really likes attention.
No.
So these are silver sides. These are some of her favorite little small fish.
Yeah, silver sides. Oh man, I only know that name of that fish because the USS Silversides was a World War II American submarine in the Pacific, which is today a museum in Wisconsin. Where is this? Silversides. Muskegon, Michigan. All right. There she is. SS-236. The submarine war in the Pacific is, I've always found intensely interesting. Really interesting stuff. Anyway, a lot of... God, too many tabs. Most of the World War II American submarines are named after various fishes. A few after non-fishes, I suppose. But most of them are named after fishes, including the Silversides. And that's this penguin's favorite food.
And I think she also just really likes attention.
Hi.
So these are silver sides. These are some of her favorite little small fish.
Oh.
Yum.
You want to keep walking?
Show me around, Ray.
Let's go.
All of our penguins have their own unique personalities. Ray in particular is one that is really comfortable around people. She really enjoys coming out here, walking around, checking things out. She loves the attention from the people. She'll often stop when there's crowds and run up to them and look at them. So you can tell she really enjoys it.
Oh.
When she was young, before she had really good vision, we could tell that she wasn't quite.
And Hogan says, I found this up because people have asked me if I was in the Navy because of the 698 at my username. Yeah, well, I think it's after the 100th submarine they moved to 3-digit whole numbers. But yeah. I don't think they're up to 1,000 yet. But yeah.
Quite as integrated into the colony as the other penguins. Now that she can see really good, she's totally integrated into the colony. She even has.
Hang on, I missed that. What happened here?
When she was young, before she had really good vision, we could tell that she wasn't quite as integrated into the colony as the other penguins. Now that she can see really good, she's totally integrated into the colony. She even has a mate, Dassen, which happened a little over a year ago. So it's very exciting to see.
Happily partnered there.
Really close up.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello.
She doesn't seem like very afraid at all.
No, she's extremely comfortable out here. She would probably be happy to wander out there most of her days.
For days, yeah.
So you can see they're actually really good climbers. Come on, let's go see the otters. Oh, here they come. Here they come. Here they come.
The otters are like, what is that?
Any interest, Ray, in the otters whatsoever?
Cool stuff.
And then penguins have a really cool tongue. And if she lets me, I'll show you her tongue. Let's see, real quick. Let me see your tongue. Look at that tongue.
Yeah.
Okay, Ray, let's go back.
So they've got these, it almost looks like the inside of a sarlacc pit in a penguin's mouth.
You're gonna miss your breakfast.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Again, here's...
So African penguins... African penguins... cannot catch a break. My name's Kim, and I am one of the lucky people that take care of the penguins. Today we're going to go feed them and learn some more about penguins. So come on.
So a lot of penguins eat krill, which I believe feed upon diatoms in some cases. Diatoms forming the basis of the food web.
Hungry.
Primary
So
producers.
Bay Aquarium, all of our penguins came from other zoos and aquariums, or they hatched right here.
Huh.
Our African penguins are animal ambassadors. They help educate our visitors on their species and issues they're facing in the wild. You can tell all of our penguins apart by their name bands.
Nice. Oh, that's so cool. The next time I go to Monterey Bay Aquarium, I'm going to see if I can spot this. It's often tough to see the penguins because that exhibit is... It seems like it's often just, you know, there's families and just children climbing all over each other, and it's just this roiling mass of kids. And it's like, I don't want to wade into that. I'm gonna stay away. I gotta go on a day when it's really slow.
Sometimes you can actually tell.
Very busy there. Yeah, Otter. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. We feed our penguins several types of sustainable seafood, but in the wild they would eat anchovies and sardines. Apparently they all have something to say today.
And Savage Banana Soup says, "Oh yeah, where do diatoms get their energy from, eh?" Hi, I think this is my first chat message. It looks like it is. Welcome, Savage Banana Soup. Diatoms are photosynthetic. So like plants, they get their energy from sunlight. So they form the basis of the food web there. They get their energy literally from outer space. Well, from sunlight, from the sun, which is in outer space. And then they're able to produce produce their food from the sun, and then other organisms eat them, and other organisms eat those organisms, and then you get this marvelous, intricate food web that results from that. So yeah. Anyway, good first question, Savage Banana Soup. It's good to have you here. And where did the sun get its energy from, smart guy? Says Kitty Whiskers Mute. From nuclear fusion. From fusing atoms together in the core of the sun. It's pretty cool. Something we humans haven't been able to figure out yet. So the sun, you could argue, you wouldn't be correct, but you could argue that the sun is smarter than we are. Smarter than the smartest nuclear physicist, at least. I don't know about smarter than the smartest paleontologist, but definitely smarter than the smartest nuclear physicist.
Ringo! Nobody wants to hear that.
There you go, Reiko, yeah.
Except for maybe Messina. If you want soap opera. So you may notice there's not ice and snow in here, because African penguins don't live in that kind of habitat. African penguins live in a habitat that's actually very similar to here in Monterey. It's a rocky
Mediterranean
coast with
climate.
some beaches, kelp in the water, cold water.
And so another thing is that there are other species that live off the coast of South Africa and live off the coast of Monterey. I will show you one of those. Here. This is nuts. Here. Here is one of the creatures that lives off the coast of Monterey. Do you see that? And off the coast of South Africa. This is off of Alcatraz Island in the San Francisco Bay Area. Growing up in the Bay Area, I was always told that this kind of animal didn't live in San Francisco Bay. The bay is far too shallow. But this is one of those ferry boats that takes people to Alcatraz. And yeah. Oh yeah. That is Carcharodon carcharias, the white shark. When I first saw this video, I thought, this is nuts. There's no way that's real. A white shark in San Francisco Bay? But you've got all of these people here on Alcatraz Island and all of these people here on the stern of this ferry boat. And some of them, you see, they start taking out their phones and filming. And you can, if you go on YouTube, you can find footage that they've uploaded from other angles of this happening. That is a white shark that just explodes out of the water here. October 10th, 2015. Blammo! With some sort of pinniped in its jaws. I don't know if it's a sea lion or a harbor seal. If it's an otarid or a phosid, but, yeah. Just nuts. Nuts. And so it continues to dismember that prey item there. There's blood all over the place. But yeah. Yeah. Never seen a shark, says Otter. Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen a shark per se, but I have seen other... Oh, here we go. Slow it. Bam! There you go. Here, let's see that one more time. I have seen other chondrichthyan fishes, like rays. I've seen a number of bat rays. Many bat rays, actually. But never a shark. Look at that. And the water just turns red, and it's nuts. Here, I'll give you a link to that video. But yeah. And it was only a few days after that that they were scheduled to have the Escape from Alcatraz swim race. Dr. Irrefutable, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you.
Wow, second year of supporting science outreach coming up soon.
Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Tier 2, 21 months. Holy cow. Impressive. Here. So it was only a few days after that that they were going to have the Escape from Alcatraz swim. Here.
I'm Lindsay Hoshaw. I'm a KQED science producer, and I signed up to do the Alcatraz swim.
1.5-mile swim from Alcatraz Island to
Weird for me
mainland
doing this
San
race
Francisco.
because I grew up in Arizona in the middle of a desert. I'm not really that great of a swimmer, and I really hate the cold. And you have all of those things in the bay.
Yeah, you have cold and swimming on the bay.
It doesn't get any better than that. I mean, Alcatraz is an icon that's known worldwide. Everybody thought you couldn't escape from Alcatraz because of the sharks back when it was a prison. And then in 1962, the England brothers and Frank Lee Morris successfully escaped from Alcatraz, never to be seen again.
Alcatraz, the Rock. No one has ever escaped from Alcatraz. I'm in. Me too. And no one ever will.
Good
I'm
movie.
doing this race
Yeah.
because it's an amazing opportunity. And it's a test, it's a challenge, it's a test of your endurance.
Otter says, I've never understood this race. It's nuts. I mean, I get it. I understand it. It's the way that I see it is it's really interesting in that here's the thing that's been blown way out of proportion in popular culture. Like, oh, Alcatraz, there's so many sharks around it. It's so dangerous. No one's ever escaped it. It's like, well, what's it really like, though? And they hold this race every year, and nobody's ever been even so much as grazed by a shark, let alone eaten. And it's not that far. It's a mile and a half, you know? Yeah.
To see if you can do it both physically and mentally. As soon as you plunge into the water off of the ferry, you start swimming towards a row of kayakers. And then when it's time, the kayakers count down. 3, 2, 1. And you see all these bobbing yellowheads swimming ferociously. You're definitely 10 times more likely to get kicked in the face or in the ribcage by another swimmer accidentally than you are to get bit by a shark.
Yep. It's been estimated that there's something like a 1 in 80 million chance of getting bitten by a shark. And that's a statistic that I've never quite... I don't know. If you spend your entire life in, say, Enid, Oklahoma, yeah, sure, you're never going to get bitten by a shark. But if you're a surfer off of, Lindamar Beach in Pacifica, California, like, you're in the shark's natural habitat. There's a much higher likelihood that you'll get bitten by a shark. But I think the idea is that on average, for your average American, everything averaged out, you've got a 1 in 80 million chance of getting bitten by a shark. And there you go, Casey. Yeah.
Well, I got about halfway.
You're more likely to get a job as a paleontologist than to be bitten by a shark. There you go, Reiko. Yeah. Although, if you could get a job as a paleontologist by being bitten by a shark, oh man, I'd be in that water provoking those sharks left and right, when I was a kid.
Through, and
anyway,
I started losing steam and I felt like I was getting swept by the currents, and the conditions were definitely different than I expected. It was a lot choppier than I thought. I was a little bit nervous that I wasn't going to make it. I mean, you always have that moment of doubt where you think, is this actually going to happen? Are my feet actually going to touch the sand? Oh my gosh, the feeling of getting back is so amazing.
And so I know where this is. This is an aquatic park. So here's like a pier that kind of wraps around. This is, here. SF Aquatic Park map. There we go. So there's a cartoony version of it, but there's this pier that goes up and around like that. There we go. That pier up around here. And so they've swum into this inlet. And then the aquatic park beach, that's where they're going to emerge right here. That's that pier.
And swimming, and you feel like you're not getting anywhere. And when you see hundreds of people waiting for you, you feel really accomplished. It's kind of incredible.
I loved it. It was amazing. It was a really cool swim. I mean, I think this is a really special city, and the fact that Alcatraz is here and this is something anyone can do is kind of amazing.
Pretty neat. Yeah. I don't know if I would do that. I don't really like swimming in cold water. Maybe one of these days, Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, the reason we're talking about that is because the penguins at the Monterey Bay Aquarium are indoors But Monterey Bay itself is fairly similar in its climate and its ecology in a lot of aspects to the native habitat of these birds off of South Africa there. And white sharks are one of those creatures that exist in both of those environments. Carcharodon carcharias, the same species. So, you know, if penguins had ever made it to San Francisco Bay, there's a chance they could make a living there. The conditions are like, you know, fairly similar, as long as they're able to find enough food. So that's one of the reasons they keep these penguins indoors. If they ever escape, if they breach containment, maybe they could establish a colony in Monterey Bay. It's a similar habitat, you know? So keep these birds inside so they don't become invasive.
So you may notice there's not ice and snow in here because African penguins don't live in that kind of habitat. African penguins live in a habitat that's actually very similar to here in Monterey. It's a rocky
I don't know,
coast
sir.
with
Yeah,
some
polar bears,
beaches,
no thanks.
kelp in the water, cold water. African penguins are a critically endangered species. There's lots of things that are affecting them in the wild. Climate change is affecting them because their food is going out farther because of the warm waters, so they have to travel farther to find their food. And also, they're competing with fisheries. The sardines and anchovies, which is their main prey item, is being overfished. There's not enough sardines and anchovies left to sustain these populations. Without their food sources, the penguins are not going to be able to feed their chicks and themselves, so they are abandoning their chicks at alarming rates. Several of my team and I have actually gotten to go down to South Africa and help wild African penguins. Monterey Bay Aquarium partners with SANCOB, the South African Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds. We have sent staff down to help feed, medicate, and release penguins back out into the wild. Once they're released, SANCOB can actually track where these penguins are going. They have actually found that the eastern coast has a little bit more fish for them to consume. So that is amazing news.
Huh.
What you doing? Boop.
Oh.
Boop. Not all of us can go to Africa to see these
sure.
birds, but there are things that you can do right here at home to help these birds.
Yeah.
No matter where you live, one of the easiest and most effective ways you can support the ocean is by choosing sustainable seafood, because your choices do matter. You can use the guides on seafoodwatch.org. You can scroll through the guides and it'll help you make.
This is something that Monterey Bay Aquarium produces.
Ask a grocery store or a restaurant if they sell sustainable seafood, because anything we can do to help penguins or other birds is going to be amazing. Thanks for coming into the penguin exhibit today. If you'd like to learn more about African penguins, please visit our website at montereybayaquarium.org.
Good stuff. No, I want to dwell on that for a second. Here's a link to that video real quick. But that Seafood Watch app and pamphlets that you can get, it's the same deal. The app is honestly more powerful than the little handout that they give you is. This is one of the coolest things that the Monterey Bay Aquarium does. If you're the sort of person who enjoys seafood, and many, many people do, I don't necessarily begrudge you that, but there's important choices that you can make to help protect critters like penguins and the other organisms that live there in the ocean with them. Here, take a look.
People are going to eat lots of seafood. They're going to eat more seafood going into the future. And if we're going to protect the oceans, we've got to be as sustainable as we can. And the people that Seafood Watch has recruited have a really good feel for how the
Otter says I still use this program, yeah.
And understanding how markets work, but still having that environmental ethos is kind of unique.
Part of the reason why the Seafood Watch standard is so credible is because they have such a strong scientific background.
The Seafood Watch team really gets out there and
really is based on
the
science.
fisheries and the aquaculture that they're assessing.
We don't just look at expertise from the United States. We really go into the region.
Jet City Woman, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Assessing.
We don't just look at expertise from the United States. We really go into the regions where the seafood's being produced, the regions that are importing the most seafood. We really want to understand the realities of what's going on out there.
They're really working with a whole range of producers in developing countries, in data poor situations.
I think in general, the credibility that Seafood Watch brings to us as a company in our sourcing is amazing, and it's really good to know that what you put into your products comes from sustainable sources.
It's a very successful strategy, really, to use markets to drive change globally.
We are at a really critical point where we can really affect change on the water and have healthy oceans for future generations.
Good stuff. So the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch. This is an app that you can download on your phone right now. Excellent stuff. Here's how it works.
Our ocean is in trouble. Fisheries across the globe are rapidly declining due to unsustainable fishing practices.
And this is not just fishes being depleted from our oceans, it's the animals that prey upon them, like penguins. If you're watching this stream and you care at all about penguins and the future of those 18 species of penguin that we still have around that are not yet extinct, if you want your children or your grandchildren, if you want future generations to be able to appreciate these animals, a key part of that is making sure that they have food to eat, that fisheries are not being depleted, you know?
And many sea creatures will disappear in our lifetime. The question is, what can you do about it? The answer, you can do a lot.
Yeah.
Jackie is at our local store and she's shopping for dinner. She wants to buy fish because it's a healthy option, but she wants to make sure it's sustainable. In the ocean, fish populations are declining, but our demand for seafood continues to grow. We take more than 500 million pounds of seafood out of the ocean each day. It's not just that we're taking too many fish out of the sea, there are also problems with how we fish.
Yep.
Some boats drag fishing gear across the seafloor, damaging sensitive habitats like corals. And others use nets and hooks and accidentally kill species like seabirds, seals, and turtles.
Yep, and penguins
As wild
too.
fish numbers have declined across the globe, fish farming or aquaculture has become more and more popular. Just like we raise cows and chickens, we also raise fish. Over half the fish we eat actually comes from a farm. Fish farming can be great, but it isn't perfect. Chemicals and waste from fish farms can pollute nearby habitats, and diseases from fish farms can spread to nearby wild fish. So, given all these problems, what should Jackie buy? The good
Consumer activism is not the answer to all of these problems, certainly. I want to make that very clear. But it is a positive thing. And if you're going to the store and thinking of buying some seafood, there's a small difference that you can make in being smart about that and consulting the science.
The news is that there are ways to farm and catch fish that are environmentally responsible. And the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch program can help you know which seafood to buy and where to find it. Seafood Watch has a team of scientists who evaluate the environmental impacts of fishing and farming so that you know which seafood to buy and which to avoid. We also partner with fishermen and farmers to improve their practices and with businesses to help them buy better seafood. Whether you're a health-conscious shopper, a chef, a small business owner, or a large corporation, you can help protect fish and other ocean animals. Join the more than 60 million people who are using the Seafood Watch recommendations. To learn more about the Seafood Watch program and how to get involved, please visit seafoodwatch.org.
So yeah, there's an app that you can get on your phone. The next time that you're out shopping for seafood, you can consult that app, and it will give you good recommendations on which are good choices to make and which are not so good choices to make. And you, as an informed consumer, can make those decisions. Not just looking at the pricing, but looking at the actual cost to the environment, too. Here. One last video about this.
Literally putting sustainable seafood on the map. Project Fish Map, a new feature of the Aquarium Seafood Watch iPhone app, lets people across the United States tag restaurants and stores where they find ocean-friendly seafood and learn where others have found sustainable seafood. We want you to know that you can find ocean-friendly seafood no matter where you live or travel. With Project Fish Map, anyone who finds sustainable seafood can share their discoveries. Here's how it works. Once you download the free Seafood Watch app, use Project Fish Map to tag any best choice and good alternative seafood items you find at your favorite restaurant or market. We can't do it without you. It's a real community endeavor. With each item you add, you're helping others find sustainable seafood wherever they go.
And the app is no longer available, Otter? You can bookmark their site. Wait, what? Seafood Watch. Hang on, is it not in the App Store anymore? Seafood Watch. Wait, what? I've just been talking about this for the past 20 minutes and it's not... What happened? I believe they stopped supporting it a couple years ago? Why? Well, the website is still there. And you can use the website. You can access the website from your phone. Seafoodwatch.org. There you go. They've got updated recommendations from this month. Reports in progress. I guess they've discontinued the app? Seafood Watch recommendations at your fingertips by adding us to your home screen. Seafood Watch app is no longer supported and can't be downloaded from any app store. If you're still using the app, we recommend deleting it from your phone since those recommendations are now outdated. Instead, add seafoodwatch.org to your home screen with the instructions below. Okay. So here's recommendations on how to add it to your home screen. If you're the sort of person who does a lot of cooking with seafood, so the program is still in effect, I guess. Maybe they had a dispute with Apple and with Android or something. I know it can be really difficult working with those two different app environments, with those two different app stores, and so maybe they kind of decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Maybe it cost too much money and they could better spend those funds in conducting research on what are the best seafood options or something. I'm not sure. But this is the path forward. Use the website. Add it to your home screen on your phone if you're accessing it from your phone. There you go. You suspect it's funding. There you go, Otter. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Yeah. Here we go. Seafood Watch. Here it is on my phone right here. And I can go, let's see, add to home screen. There's that option right there. There we go. App installed. It's not actually an app. It's a... There we go. Got it right there. Good stuff. Anywho. Yeah. Apps are pretty expensive to run, apparently, in case you know where. Yeah. Their dev department got downsized. Yeah. Oh boy. Well, I need to reach out to Monterey Bay Aquarium this year. It'd be lovely to do a crossover stream with them at some point. It's something I'll add to my list. Anyhow. Didn't know we could do this. So cool, says Suave Oreo. Yeah. Isn't that pretty neat? Yeah. And Savage Banana Soup says it costs a load of money to get Apple dev licenses. I'm a software dev. Yeah, I've heard nightmare stories about the Apple platform in particular. Just like how it costs, what, $1 or $2 extra to subscribe via the Apple App Store app on Twitch. Like if you want to subscribe to your favorite Twitch streamer, if you're using the iPhone app, it costs like an extra $2 every month or something like that. Apple pockets that money. It doesn't go to the Twitch streamer, it goes to Apple. So, yeah. Otter says Apple is difficult to work with. That's what I've heard. They're kind of notorious for that. So, yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, just another part of the kind of ongoing incredification of the tech world. Anyhow. Yeah.
About 61 million years ago, on the shore of...
Pause. Goodness. YouTube. Back to penguins here. Let's talk about the fossil history of these critters. Because it is eminently fascinating. Penguins are such remarkable animals, and tracing their evolution is a real adventure. Let's take a look.
South Island of New Zealand, there lived a bird. It stood upright, measured about 1 meter tall, with wings that were pretty short for its large body and a long, narrow bill. And it couldn't fly, but it used those short wings to propel itself into the coastal waters of the Paleocene epoch. The scientist who described this creature named it Waimanu manaringai, and it's the oldest fossil that we've ever found of a penguin.
Yeah, there
From
we
the shape
go.
of its skeleton.
This figure right here, you might have recognized this from today's background. There we go, right there. Waimanu, this ancient New Zealand penguin. Very cool.
Paleontologists can tell that Waimanu was already a flightless water bird like modern penguins. But they don't know what came before it, what the transition from flying bird to early penguin looked like. The fossils that could describe that for us have yet to be discovered. But experimental work on modern birds that can both dive and fly is giving us clues about what it took for penguins to go from the sky to the sea. And the world those first penguins lived in, that helped shape them too, because why penguins gave up on flying is just as interesting as how it might have happened.
Oh, hello, sweetie
Waimanu
pie.
lived just a
Here, speaking of organisms with a black and white aspect to them, Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. As soon as we're on track, I know, right, Claire? Sweetie Pie's like, uh-oh. Sounds like Danny's actually talking about today's topic. Well, we can't have that, can we? Sweetie Pie, how are you? Oh, let's get you brushed first of all. What do you think about that? Brush you a little bit? There we go. Don't you run away from me. What are you doing? What? 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 Oh, there we go. Look at all that excess fur. Look at that. Look at that. Huh? Look at that. Oh, where are you going? Do you not want some treats? Okay. You're gonna be like that. That's fine. Here, I feel like I owe you some treats, sweetie pie. I want to be a good tenant here. You know? You want some treats? Oh, come on up here. You know where to get them. Go up on the desk. Oh. There you go. There's a few up there. Hey. You hear that sound? You know what that means. It's a treat sound. We'll see if she comes back. Hey. Come up here. Well, let's continue, and we'll see when she chooses to interrupt us.
A few million years after the extinction that took out the non-avian dinosaurs and all the predatory marine reptiles that had ruled the oceans of the Mesozoic era. So in taking to the water, Waimanu managed something its non-avian dinosaur ancestors never had. It became fully aquatic. And Waimanu was only the...
So here's the thing. When people ask me, like, Danny, what's your favorite ocean dinosaur? Usually they're a new chatter or something. What's your favorite dinosaur that lived in the ocean? Usually, they're referring to one of these guys. A marine reptile. An ichthyosaur, or a mosasaur, or a plesiosaur, either long-necked or short-necked. They're usually not referring to marine crocodilians, or placodonts, or nothosaurs. But anyway, not a single one of these is a dinosaur. There were very, very, very few dinosaurs that lived full-time in the ocean. The only kinds that we really do have are dinosaurs like this, Hesperornis, which is a kind of bird. These guys lived in the western interior seaway in the late Cretaceous period before penguins evolved. These guys are not related to penguins. I'm not totally sure who they're supposed to be related to. They're toothed birds. They still have teeth. So they're not related closely to our modern birds. But, yeah. Anyway, penguins are ocean dinosaurs in, like, kind of a true sense of the phrase.
Ancestors never had. It became fully aquatic. And Waimanu was only the first member of what would become a very diverse and sometimes strange group of diving birds. Today we think of penguins as smallish, waddling tuxedo birds, but they evolved from a flying ancestor, were actually giants for millions of years, and some of them were even dressed a little more casually. The thing to know about modern penguins is that they're really specialized for underwater life. While they still have to molt and breed on land, they've evolved a ton of features that make them dynamic marine predators. For example, they've got unique scale-like feathers that help keep them warm and dry in cold ocean waters. And they've also got structures called rete-marabile systems in their limbs and in their head. Incidentally, I saw this pronounced as rete and reet, so for this episode, we're gonna go with rete. These networks of neighboring blood vessels transfer heat between the arteries, where the blood coming from the heart is warmer, and the veins, where the blood is colder. This exchange helps keep the penguin's core temperature up by buffering the much colder blood that is returning to the heart. Their wing joints are also stiffer than those of flying birds, which helps them produce thrust on both the downstroke, like most birds do, and on the upstroke of the wing. And the
Very
muscles
cool.
that raise the
So they actually propel themselves through the water by flapping those wings. This is like a bird flying through air. They're doing the same thing, except I think the flight stroke is probably a little bit less complex than that. They're probably not doing the kind of up and down like this. It's more of like a flappy kind of a deal that they're doing under the water.
also stiffer than those of flying birds, which helps them produce thrust on both the downstroke, like most birds do, and on the upstroke of the wing. And the muscles that raise the wing on the upstroke are much bigger than in other birds, so the place they attach on the penguin's shoulder blade is also much bigger than in other birds. This
They've got
powerful
a crazy muscle attachment part there around their shoulder girdle. It's
double
nuts. in
stroke
penguins.
allows penguins to move easily through water, which is denser than air. Their bones are also denser than you'd find in flying birds. After all, penguins aren't trying to stay up in the air. They're fighting against the buoyancy of seawater. And those dense bones are part of what gives penguins such a great fossil record.
Yeah, this is something that I said at the beginning of today's stream, is that pachystosis, the thickening of their bones there, is one of the things that probably makes them easier to study as a fossil organism. It makes them more likely to be preserved. Because here's the thing. Fossilization. If anybody here in the chat has ever dreamed of becoming a fossil, well, I'm going to show you a classic video with step-by-step instructions on how to become a fossil. Here is a step-by-step guide on becoming a fossil.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
So once you're dead, anybody can come along and eat you. You can't really run away anymore. If you get really, really lucky, maybe you'll become a fossil.
Step 2, get buried fast.
Yep.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Yep.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
So here's the actual fossilization process, what we call permineralization. The more substantial your bones are, often the more likely it is that they'll actually be permineralized in this process. The more there is there to start with, the thicker those bones are, the better chance you stand of getting permineralized and turned into a fossil.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton.
Yep.
Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
So if your bones are super spindly and hollow and delicate to start with, it makes it a little bit less likely that you'll be fossilized in the first place. That you'll be buried intact in the first place. If your bones are super thin, like decay or scavengers might eat them up real quick, yeah. And then after that, having thicker bones like a penguin does also helps with the later stages of this too.
Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you.
Yep. And so if your bones are super thin to start with, it makes it more likely that erosion will destroy them once they're exposed. So the thicker the bone, often, all other things being equal, the more likely it is it will survive the erosion process.
Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter. and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Bingo. Yeah. So those thick bones were really important to penguins, not just for fighting buoyancy, but also the reason we know anything at all about penguin evolution is in part due to the thickness of their bones.
Against the buoyancy of seawater. And those dense bones are part of what gives penguins such a great fossil record. Now, we haven't yet found enough fossils to completely fill out the penguin family tree, but we know they evolved from a flying ancestor. The closest...
And Gary and Kellis, I would like to donate my body to science after I'm not using it anymore. You know? After I'm dead. You know, rather than throwing my dead carcass into a ditch or giving me some concrete shoes or whatever, you know, in San Francisco Bay, donate me to science, you know? Let medical students pull me apart to learn about stuff. It seems like a good use for this old carcass, you know? And if they choose to have dermestid beetles eat me so that my skeleton will be nice and clean, that they can put on display, put in a museum someday, that's kind of the dream, isn't it? That'd be pretty cool, you know? Yeah.
Living relatives of the penguins are the Procellariiforms, which includes albatrosses, petrels, and storm petrels. And they all fly.
Yeah.
And based on studies that use a combination of genetics, skeletal similarities, and lots of statistics, it seems that the split between the two groups probably happened in the late Cretaceous period, sometime between about 71 million and 66 million years ago. So why would a bird trade the ability to fly for a lifestyle of full-time diving?
What do you think, chat? Why would a bird trade the ability to fly for a lifestyle of full-time diving? What do you think? Why would you do that? Why? Why? You know? You know?
Why? 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 Why?
Why? Free fish, says Rushwing. They liked red lobster, says Casey Snowart. Lack of competition. To hang out with the diatoms, says Nazoon. The food was in the water, says Mechaholic. Fat and can't fly anymore, says Harry Vetch. Well, here's the thing. I'll tell you before we get to the video. Flight, as anybody who's tried to book an airline ticket recently can tell you, flight is expensive. It's not cheap. From an evolutionary perspective, garnering the ability to fly means that you've got to sacrifice a whole lot of other things in order to be able to fly. You've got to have a crazy elevated metabolism to be able to fire your muscles to the point where you can take off from the ground. It's extraordinarily expensive just energy-wise, that kind of flight. It means that you've got to have a super specialized skeleton with extraordinarily lightweight bones. Your whole body has got to be adapted for flight. Like any extra, fraction of an ounce that you can shave off, it behooves you to do so. You've got to have a specialized brain and sensory system to be able to do this. Like, flight is a full-time job. It is a serious commitment, and if you don't do it well, you might end up going extinct. Flight's tough. It's tough, and it's miraculous that any creatures at all have been able to do this, As far as we know, flight has only ever evolved 4 times over the past, 3-4 billion years of evolution of life on Earth? First in insects, then in pterosaurs, then in birds, and then in bats. Only 4 times has flight ever evolved. Actual powered flight, being able to take off from the ground, generating lift based on, beating your wings. It's super rare. It's super expensive. It's practically a miracle when that happens. The evolution of flight. As a result, if you don't have to do that anymore, if you don't have to pay that extraordinary cost, why do it? Get rid of that. It's almost like, say you've got to buy a really expensive, big gas-guzzling truck for work. Your job requires that you have this giant, ridiculous vehicle. It's super expensive to pay for parking, and for fuel, and for insurance, and for registration fee, everything else. This thing is so expensive, but the job that you have pays pretty well, and it's like, well, it works, so I guess I'll pay for it. Then you get transferred. Your company transfers you to the middle of a big city, and they're like, you know what? You don't need a truck anymore. You'll get paid the same thing, and you won't have to spend $5,000 every month on this giant, ridiculous vehicle. That's kind of what, losing the ability to fly is like. It's cutting out an expense. And if it works, it works. And it worked for penguins.
After all, flight is energetically expensive, but it helps
Yep.
you do things like travel long distances and avoid predators. Well, one answer is that it's hard to be really good at both in terms of anatomy and biomechanics. And in a paper published in 2013, researchers compared energy use in 2 species of living birds to figure out why. They studied thick-billed murres, which are wing-propelled divers, and pelagic cormorants, which are foot-propelled divers. Now, both of these species also fly, so the researchers could calculate the energy cost for that too. And they found that the more specialized wings became for diving, the worse they were for flying. For wing-propelled diving, you need a large body size and shorter, flatter wings with dense, enlarged bones, because all of these things maximize the length and efficiency of every dive. But these features are also the exact opposite of what you need for efficient flight, so there's a pretty straightforward trade-off in anatomy here. And it might be that the ecological conditions in which penguins evolved probably made it easier for some birds to give up flight in favor of diving. In the aftermath of the extinction at the end of the Cretaceous, diving predators like small mosasaurs and plesiosaurs were gone, so their ecological niches were suddenly open.
So yeah, here we go. It's an open niche. When that asteroid hits at the end of the Cretaceous period and drives all of the dinosaurs into extinction, except for a few birds, like the ancestors of penguins, and also the mosasaurs and plesiosaurs and various species of shark and big predatory fishes like Xiphactinus right there, all these other guys, suddenly there's open niches everywhere. You know what that is? You know what that is?
It's free real estate.
Yeah, it's free real estate.
And plesiosaurs were gone, so their ecological niches were suddenly open. And the larger marine reptiles and sharks that had made the seas so treacherous for diving birds were gone too. So with a new potential source of food and fewer predators, those penguin ancestors that were better divers might have had an advantage, being able to get more food while using less energy. And once they started down the path towards underwater flight, there was no stopping them. They spread quickly, by geological standards, to most of the places that we find them today.
So Gondwana is what we're talking about here. The southern continent. So, here, kind of paleo lore for you here. There we go. Let's go back to 150 million years ago. Well, here. 240 million years ago, all of Earth's continents were all combined, into one giant landmass that we today call Pangaea. The name Pangaea means all Earth. Because as far as we can tell, you could walk just about anywhere on planet Earth as long as it's land, you know? It's all connected up. And then over time, it starts to break apart. And then around here, around 150 million years ago, you start this major division between Laurasia, the northern continents, that's North America, Europe, and Asia. And then down here, Gondwana. Gondwana are the southern continents, that's South America and Africa. Madagascar and India, oddly enough, is down here. India used to be stuck to the side of Australia and Antarctica, down here. And as time continues, Laurasia and Gondwana split apart further, and then they both start to break apart also. There we go. 105 million years ago, 90 million years ago, 66 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous period. India is still down here. There's Madagascar, there's Africa, there's Australia much further south than it is today, right down here by Antarctica. South America. This is around the time that penguins first evolved. And they evolved somewhere down south, and they were able to spread across the southern continents here. Maybe island hopping from South America to Antarctica, and then up here to, yeah, Australia. Today, penguins are largely restricted to the southern hemisphere, and part of that is because that's where they first evolved, you know? Yeah.
We don't know what those first penguins looked like because we haven't found any fossils that show this transition.
K. Cruz says, will the continents continue to shift? They're doing so today. Yeah, they never stop. They're continuing to move. Yeah, and they will eventually have a very different form than they have today. The continents are moving currently around the same speed that your fingernails grow. It's like a few centimeters per year. Different continents move at slightly different speeds, but that's a good general rule. It's about the same rate that your fingernails grow. So yeah. Otter Do It says there's a small segment on Eastern Africa that is splitting into a new plate. Yeah. Here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, we're drifting south. Here on this side of the Hayward Fault, we're drifting south by like a couple centimeters per year. Los Angeles, on a different plate, is moving north. Eventually, the Bay Area and LA in Southern California they'll meet. This is going to be tens of millions of years from now, but it will happen. So, yeah. Interesting to think about, right? The Earth is a very dynamic planet. Things are always changing. They might seem static to us as human beings with our very limited lifespans, but we're here for just the blink of an eye, geologically speaking. Our own puny human lives. These forces are very slow, but those slow changes accumulate tremendously over time to the point where continents move and collide and separate, and that in turn causes changes in climate and changes in the evolution of flora and fauna, plants and animals and other organisms. It's this grand pageant of life on Earth that's been going on for the past 3+ billion years. It's pretty cool stuff. And the study of fossils gives us perspective into that we otherwise wouldn't have. By studying fossils, we're able to peer into the past and see what things used to be like and see how different they are today. And it gives us some inkling, some understanding of the changes that occur here on Earth and are still occurring today. It's pretty neat stuff. So yeah. LA will bring their traffic to San Francisco. We've got enough traffic here, thank you very much, That's Soros. we'll let them keep that, I hope. Yeah. And Savage Banana Soup says we'll have another Pangea in, I think, about 250 million years. Something like that, yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's hope that penguins are around at that time, 250 million years from now.
Living dinosaur.
Tabithroth. Tabataroth. Rather, thank you for the follow, Tabataroth. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Directly. But what we can say is that they were probably around 1 kilogram, because that's the biggest that living birds get that can do both wing-propelled diving and flying. And it's also the size of the smallest living penguin. From there, true penguins probably evolved in what's...
And did anybody notice the images that we've got on our wall today? This might be kind of difficult to see, but we've got Antarctica right here, home to the majority of the world's penguin species today. And then the universal corrective map of the Earth, which, oddly enough, doesn't have Antarctica. Which is really kind of funny and dumb. But yeah, and then Gondwana down here. South America, Africa, India, Antarctica, Australia, all stuck together. Right there, Gondwana. Yeah. Anywho, Tabataroth says, I don't know why you showed up on my sidebar, but that name immediately drew me in, and I am immediately hooked. Tabataroth, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. We're talking about penguins today. For Penguin Awareness Day, which was yesterday, actually. Penguins are a kind of dinosaur. Penguins are birds, and birds are dinosaurs, so penguins are dinosaurs. It's good to have you here. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the community. It's good to have you here. Penguin Awareness followed. Thank you. The Bread Pirate Gonzo, I appreciate you. Yeah, good stuff. A National Squirrel Appreciation Day? Okay, I don't know. We're going to focus on penguins today. But yeah. And that's a syllogism, I suppose. Well, is it the transitive property? Yeah. Transitive relation in mathematics. If A equals B, then B equals... Well, if A equals B, and B equals C, then B equals C? If penguins are a kind of bird and birds are a kind of dinosaur, then penguins are a kind of dinosaur. I think that's a transitive property, right? Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. And if all men are mortal and Socrates is a man, then all men are Socrates. There you go, Gary and Callis. Yeah, exactly. Definitely. As Abe Lincoln said in his Gettysburg Redress, all men are created Socrates. Let's continue.
It's now New Zealand in the early Paleocene epoch around 61 million years ago, with Waimanu and its relatives. They made it to Antarctica by the late Paleocene, between 59 million and 56 million years ago. And they arrived
407 Socrates ago. Yes, penguins arrived in South America.
In South America by the Middle Eocene epoch, around 42 million.
Damn it, Rob, yeah. Behold the man, yes. Yes, very good. Yeah. Yes. Behold a man. Gotta love penguins.
Million years ago. by the late 1 million years ago with Waimanu and its relatives. They made it to Antarctica by the late Paleocene between 59 million and 56 million years ago. And they arrived in South America by the Middle Eocene epoch around 42 million years ago. By the late Eocene between 37 million and 34 million years ago, there were at least 2 genera of penguins in Australia. Oh, and did we forget to mention that many of these penguins were huge?
They're enormous. They were taller than most of you, chat. They were taller than some of you standing on each other's shoulders.
Well, you know, huge for a penguin. The largest living penguin is the emperor penguin, which stands a little over a meter tall and can weigh up to 40 kilograms or so. It's not a small bird, but it would have looked small next to some of its Paleocene relatives from New Zealand. Crossvalia was just over 1.5 meters tall and weighed nearly twice as much as an emperor penguin, between 70 and 80 kilograms. And Kumimanu was even bigger. It stood about 1.7 meters tall and tipped the scales at just over 100 kilograms.
So, yeah, it's like as taller than an emu and significantly heavier, given that it would have had those pachyostosic bones, like bones thickened in order to be denser, in order to fight against buoyancy. Would have had a tremendous amount of muscle and blubber in here. This is a bird that's like taller than and denser than and heavier than Cali hair.
Both of these species show up not long after penguins first evolved. This tells paleontologists that not having to fly anymore meant they could go all in on becoming more efficient divers. And several groups independently developed large body sizes as a result. And those guys weren't even the biggest penguins that we've found. Antarctica in the late Eocene was home to at least 2 more species of giant penguin. Anthrop was about the size of Kumimanu, close.
Anthropornis means human bird. Anthropornis. So anthrop, ornis. Anthrop, human. Ornis, bird. It's a person-sized bird. Look at that. Look at that. Could that giant penguin eat a person? Hogan, not to frighten you or anything, but very small birds can also eat people, and they do. Have you ever seen Hitchcock's The Birds? You know? Yeah. They go for the eyes first, but yeah.
To 2 meters tall and about 100 kilograms.
So this bird wouldn't have to go for the eyes first. Yeah. A particularly small person might be able to swallow them whole, you know? They'd have to be a very small person.
Very respectable for a giant penguin. But one species in the genus Paleontologizing was the penguin heavyweight champ. It stood just over 2 meters tall and weighed about 115 kilograms.
Actually, come to think of it, though, I remember there being a scene from Birdemic, almost a soundbite, almost explaining, like, oh, why are the birds attacking? Like, oh, well, birds are dinosaurs, don't you know? I feel like I should download that movie and find that clip and turn that into an alert. But, yeah. Oh, Hogan, oh no. I know. Yeah, oh boy. But yeah.
Penguin. Anthrop was about the size of Kumimanu, close to 2 meters tall and about 100 kilograms. Very respectable for a giant penguin. But one species in the genus Paleontologizing was the penguin heavyweight champ. It stood just over 2 meters tall and weighed about 115 kilograms.
So this is a bird as taller than some basketball players, some professional basketball players. And heavier than a lot of them. I weigh about 200 pounds. Just a hair over 200 pounds. This bird weighs like 50 pounds more than I do, and it's significantly taller than me. Holy cow, is that a large bird? You know? Larry Bird. There you go, Steely Dan.
See that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Janine's Mess, thank you for the tier 3 sub there at 17 months. Holy cow. Really appreciate that, Janine's Mess. Thank you for your ongoing support. Thanks for keeping me here online. I appreciate you. How have you been doing, by the way? I hope things are good. Yeah. And there you go, Gary and Kellis. Yes, that's the calculation I came up with as well. But yeah. Yeah. Imagine getting into a fight with that bird, says Savage Banana Soup. This would be, you would not want to provoke this animal, you know? Not at all. Not at all. Yeah. Almost as big as that bird. There you go, Otter. Yeah. Yeah. Do not go back in time to meet up with Paleontologizing. When did this critter live? Middle Eocene to late Oligocene. Okay. Okay. So Middle Eocene to late Oligocene. Linear time here. Middle Eocene, so what? The Lutetian? The Oligocene, the Rupelian? So, yeah, from about 45 million years ago until about 30 million years ago. If you're gonna enter those numbers into your time machine, those coordinates, do not get into a fight with this bird. That's some solid advice that I'm giving you right here. You know, it would not go well. I agree. Savage Banana Soup, I agree.
And finally, another of these late Eocene giant penguins wasn't the dapper bird we picture today when we think of penguins. We call it Incayacu, and it lived in what's now Peru. It was found with fossilized feathers that contain preserved melanosomes, the parts of cells that make and store pigment. And its melanosomes didn't look like the ones found in living penguins. Instead of making its feathers black and white, they looked like those of other modern birds that are gray and reddish brown. The giant penguins were successful for millions of years, but they'd mostly disappeared by about 23 million years ago and were totally gone by 18 million years ago. And the cause might have been the rise of marine mammals, especially new groups of toothed whales that happened in the Oligocene epoch. Toothed whales and pinnipeds like seals and sea lions might have competed with the giant penguins for food, or they might have seen the giant penguins as food. And social pinnipeds might have competed with penguins for safe spaces to breed too. But the jury is still out because testing hypotheses about competition in the fossil record is
notoriously difficult.
All we can say for sure is that these groups overlapped in time and space, and the giant penguins aren't here anymore. Today, penguins still live on all of the southern continents.
I want to emphasize that point. When we're talking about the rise and fall of different groups of organisms, and we're saying, oh, well, one group outcompeted another group, it's very, very difficult to demonstrate that in the fossil record. Some paleontologists would tell you that it's impossible to demonstrate that using the fossil record. Impossible is a strong word, but yeah. So it is an interesting coincidence, at the very least, that these toothed whales and these pinnipeds, ancestors of today's seals and sea lions, show up around the same time that these guys disappear. Whether they disappeared first and that opened up ecological space for these guys to evolve, or whether they truly were outcompeted by these new guys, it's very difficult to say, you know?
Or they might have seen the giant penguins as food. And social pinnipeds might have competed with penguins for safe spaces to breed too. But the jury is still out because testing hypotheses about competition in the fossil record is hard. All we can say for sure is that these groups overlapped in time and space, and the giant penguins aren't here anymore. Today, penguins still live on all of the southern continents, from Antarctica all the way
Yep.
up to the Galapagos Islands, which they reached about 4 million years ago, and where cold ocean currents keep the waters cooler. And we know a lot about their extinct relatives, thanks to their dense bones and preference for living on the coast, because these things made them more likely to be preserved than birds living farther inland. We're still missing the fossils that capture their transition from flying to diving, and there's definitely more to figure out about why and how that happened.
And that particular transition may have been incredibly fast, because that's part of what we call adaptive radiation. As far as we know, that split happened sometime back in the Cretaceous, and then not too long after that, you have that giant asteroid that hits. It drives the majority of species on Earth into extinction. It's more than 50% of species died out because of that asteroid impact, including almost all of the dinosaurs, save only a few species of birds. And after this, again, you know what happens. You know what happens when you get so many species going extinct.
It's free real estate.
Yeah, it's free real estate. And so there are all of these, the surviving species, they diversify and they adapt to fill all of these empty niches, to fill that free real estate. And so evolution is kind of in overdrive during that time. There's less competition. There's free real estate, you know? So the original evolution of penguins might have been extraordinarily rapid. Yeah.
Living farther inland. We're still missing the fossils that capture their transition from flying to diving, and there's definitely more to figure out about why and how that happened. But it looks like the story of penguins might have been tightly linked to the rise and fall of other organisms around them. The extinction of the marine reptiles at the end of the Cretaceous left a lot of empty niches that they were able to dive into. See what I did there? And then they got huge, which I, for one, am pretty sad to have missed out on. They spread throughout the southern continents until some of them lost out to new competitors, the marine mammals. And while we think of them as smallish, formally dressed flightless birds, for almost 40 million years, penguins were some of the big predators in the Cenozoic oceans, all because they could take advantage of one of our planet's major extinctions. And the penguins that are still around today are the descendants of that ancient lineage that went from the sky to the sea.
Pretty cool, you know? Pretty cool. Isn't it neat how, by studying the history of life on Earth, everything today makes more sense? We can gain perspective on how our present world came to be. Things that were previously really mysterious, like these big flightless birds that live on the southern continents, especially around Antarctica. Like, what in the world happened there? When you start to understand the extinction at the end of the Cretaceous and all these other creatures that went extinct, they disappeared at that time. All of a sudden, there's free real estate. There's an opening there for anybody who cares to exploit it. You can get big, goofy, flightless birds evolving and being really successful. And then they continue to be successful until the present day. How cool is that? You know? Anyhow. Penguin Awareness Day yesterday. I hope today, having made up for our lack of awareness about penguins yesterday, I hope you're feeling more aware of penguins. Hope you've got a greater appreciation for these incredible creatures, where they came from, why they're so special, why we should appreciate them, and how we can help protect them today. And with that, it's time to wrap things up. Got some other stuff I gotta take care of this evening, so here's an Archaeopteryx fossil bird to run our credits over. And let's find somebody to raid here real quick as our credits begin to fill up with important people who are worthy of gratitude and thanks. All right. Who have we got? Science Streams is on. I think maybe just starting off. Oh, they're gonna start in like 10 minutes. I don't want to rush Belint and Lita there. So let's go say hello to Melissa in Denial. I mentioned her earlier. She is an Egyptologist and an archaeologist. We're gonna go say hello to her as she plays the new Indiana Jones game. Good stuff. Yeah. Tabataroth says, thanks for the great stream. Hope to see you soon. Yeah, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I stream usually 4 days a week, maybe 5 days a week this week. And we're going to be doing some more fossil science tomorrow that I'm excited about. Thank you to everybody named in our credits there. New followers, new subscribers, resubscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators. Thank you, mods, for all of your hard work, your attention, your kindness, your patience. I appreciate each and every one of you. From the quietest of lurkers to the most boisterous of chatters, moderators, gifters, financial supporters. These streams would not be possible without your help, and I am grateful for it. Let's go see what Melissa's up to, and hope to see everybody tomorrow for some more paleontologizing. You take care, everybody.